Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 1:02 a.m. And of course, it is the 19th of April 2025. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, your boy needs to definitely get some rest. But Stephen Miller is right here talking about Abrego Garcia. And of course, he was sent to Venezuela, right? So, uh, okay, so Stephen Miller here talks about Abrego Garcia, like I was talking about, and not Venezuela. He was sent back to El Salvador. All right. And president of El Salvador was in the United States in the Oval Office like 2 or 3 days ago with Trump. But the Trump administration is not allowing this guy to come back to the United States because they say Trump administration says Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 member. And also, the president posted a picture today with allegedly Abrego Garcia's hands that says MS-13. So it's like, is the Democrats going to El Salvador to bring back an MS-13 member into the United States? That's the narrative that is being put out there now. However, everybody has different proofs. If you listen to the left, they're gonna tell you Abrego Garcia is a working guy. He's a good guy, good husband, good father. But if you listen to the right, they'll say he's an MS-13 member. But we're gonna listen to both sides. However, if he happens to be, a bad guy, he shouldn't come into the United States anymore.
Just over a little bit, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Beautiful day, huh? Nice weather. I only have time for a few questions because I'm running late to a meeting, but happy to take any for a moment if you have any. I think you were first.
What do you make of the senator's conversation with Abrego Garcia? What's your response?
I'm almost at a loss for words for how outrageous it is. Here's an individual, the man who has been deported to his home country of El Salvador, who has been repeatedly documented by multiple federal and state authorities to be a member of MS-13, one of the most violent and ruthless criminal organizations on planet Earth, which is now a designated foreign terrorist organization, and an individual who has been incredibly implicated in human smuggling and human trafficking, an individual who is a documented woman beater, somebody who has viciously assaulted a woman in ways that shock the human conscience. That is who the Democrat Party is going to provide aid, solace, and comfort to, not to Senator Van Hollen's own constituents, like the Morin family. Rachel Morin was viciously beaten, brutally raped, and murdered, and her mother never even got a phone call from Senator Van Hollen. Or Kayla Hamilton, a young girl who was attacked in a public restaurant, raped in the bathroom, and beaten to death and murdered by an illegal alien that Joe Biden set free into the country. None of those people elicit human sympathy from Senator Van Hollen. How broken is that man's heart? How broken is his conscience that he doesn't have even an ounce of empathy or time or concern to share with those families? Or how many of his citizen constituents have been killed by the fentanyl that Joe Biden allowed into this country, by the cartels that made a fortune off of human trafficking and smuggling into this country, or the children in his state that cannot even get a good education or good health care because of the mass migration that has occurred into his state, none of that concerns him in the least. His heart is reserved for an illegal alien who's a member of a foreign terrorist organization. I'm beyond appalled.
Stephen, can you confirm if the head of the IRS was removed from his position in that
I don't have any update on the IRS right now, but as soon as we have one, we'll get it to you. Any other
What
questions?
about your own power? What can you foresee? What you can foresee happening?
Well, the president's been very, very clear in his criticisms and disappointment, and he said it perfectly. Nothing to add to what the president said on that important subject.
Mr. Miller, Letitia James says the allegations against her are nothing more than a revenge tour by the Trump administration. What's your response?
My response is that Letitia James is one of the most corrupt, shameless individuals ever to hold public office. She's guilty not only of those crimes, but of countless more crimes by using and abusing her public office to try to persecute an innocent man, depriving him of his rights, engaging in a conspiracy to obstruct our election, and to overthrow our democratic processes and procedures. She is guilty of multiple significant serial criminal violations.
Mr. Miller,
Yes.
has the administration had any conversations with President Bukele to potentially move Garcia to another country, since that seems to be the issue at large?
The President of the United States brought Bukele here. You all heard from him himself. His view is that this foreign terrorist is a citizen and subject of El Salvador, and Bukele's view is that it is his decision as the president of El Salvador what happens with his own citizens who are lawfully residing in his country, who've been returned to his country. And so I have nothing to add to the subject of what El Salvador wishes to do with one of its own citizens, but it's important to note that the gang that the deported individual claimed previously that he was going to be persecuted by in El Salvador no longer exists. It does not exist in El Salvador. The 18th Street Gang does not exist in El Salvador. So that fake pretense for not wanting to be deported has been completely removed and remedied and no longer exists as a matter of law or reality. I want to tell you one story while you're all here that I think is very important to illustrate for you the genuine evil of the last administration's immigration policies that, for whatever reason, our corporate press in this country never really cared to cover, and certainly elicited no outrage, no emotion from this country's political and ruling elite. But this, by the way, this is not an isolated instance. This is the kind of thing that we discover not only every day, but every hour. But it just illustrates how inhuman the policies were of the previous administration and how many thousands of lives we are saving by upholding and enforcing our laws. So there was a 14-year-old girl that we discovered who was trafficked across the border in the previous administration, stolen from her family in her home country. The Biden administration made no attempt to return her to her home country, or to return her to her family in her home country, or to reunify her in any way with her family in her home country. Instead, they resettled her in the United States with a so-called sponsor. That so-called sponsor, all funded by our taxpayers, this entire procedure funded by taxpayers, that so-called sponsor was himself an illegal alien, so subject to himself removal and deportation. Again, the Biden administration did not deport the sponsor, but handed the girl over to the sponsor. The sponsor claimed to be that girl's brother. He was not, in fact, her brother. The Biden administration, of course, did not attempt to verify this in any way, shape, or form, as they did not for the hundreds of thousands of minors that were placed in the hands of illegal aliens. They know they were being lied to. They didn't care they were being lied to. This individual was an illegal alien who had no familial relation with this young girl. What happened next will not surprise you, although it will sadden you. He raped the 14-year-old girl and impregnated her. So the Biden administration took a young girl, took her away from her family, brought her into the United States, resettled her with an illegal alien, 26-year-old adult male, subjected her to rape and what anyone would describe as torture. So the young girl was tortured and raped and impregnated as a result of the choices made by the Biden administration. When this case was brought to the Biden administration for prosecution, they turned it down and did not even prosecute the case. So it's evil on top of evil on top of evil. And I am not interested in moral lectures from anyone in this country, whether they be in the media or the Democrat Party or in the corporate press. about immigration policy when the left has been complicit in the greatest crimes against humanity that we have seen in God knows how many years in this country. A system that has turned human beings into fodder for the cartels and participated in the mass rape and exploitation of children and the mass murder of Americans. That's what we're fighting against, that level of evil and depravity. And if you are weak or soft or passive in the face of evil, then you will be conquered by it. And this country will be conquered by it. And we will not be a free country anymore or a safe country. We'll be a country ruled by cartels and gangs and terrorists. That's the stakes. Those are the stakes in what we are doing right now. I have time for one more question.
Mr. Miller, I wanted to ask you about,
Yes.
you mentioned Bukele and the fact that Garcia is now in El Salvador's custody, but the question is, has President Trump expressed any interest at all in seeing Garcia move to a different country, or would he want him to stay in El Salvador? Did he discuss that with Bukele or any of his
That doesn't
advisors,
concern the
specifically
president,
with
really.
immigration?
Well, the Supreme Court has been abundantly clear when it overturned the lower court's ruling that the foreign policy of the United States cannot be compelled by district court. The view of our administration has been very clear and consistent that this man is a subject and citizen of El Salvador, and El Salvador, as a sovereign country, has informed us repeatedly and publicly that it is their desire and intention to retain custody of him. And of course, we as a U.S. government cannot forcibly retrieve him against the wishes of El Salvador. Of course, again, as we discussed at some length in these settings, if we were to forcibly retrieve him, the irony would be is that because he's here illegally and has a deportation order, he would simply be deported the second time back to El Salvador, because the withholding order that has been so much discussed is no longer valid or enforced because he's a member of a foreign terrorist organization, and because the fake claim that he completely fabricated about being persecuted by a rival gang no longer exists. The gang itself no longer exists in the country. I'll take one more question.
Sir,
Mr. Miller, a federal appeals judge.
Sir,
Yes,
when are
yes.
we going to see accountability and consequences for sanctuary state and local officials that are violating 8 USC 1324 by
Smuggling.
harboring
Right,
illegal
yeah.
aliens?
Yeah.
As well as, isn't it kind of bizarre that Chris Van Hollen tried to smuggle and facilitate the re-entry of this illegal alien, also in violation of 8 USC 1324?
Yeah, we also haven't heard any stories about the Logan Act this time around for whatever reason. So it's a great question.
Thank you.
And a knowledgeable question. I don't get a lot of questions around here where people are citing the Immigration and Nationality Act. So that's great. You're exactly right that the sanctuary cities are engaged in multiple criminal violations: harboring, smuggling, inducing, obstructing justice, obstructing official proceedings, and many other crimes. And this is something that the Department of Justice is taking a very hard look at. I'll just say that it is my view, the view of this administration, that these cities are engaged in systemic criminal violations and that they are engaged in a scheme to nullify and obstruct the duly enacted laws of the United States of America. And I would again note, when we talk about morality, talk about decency, sanctuary cities shield criminal illegal aliens from removal. We repeatedly go into communities and arrest illegal aliens who were previously in custody, that they refused to turn over, that were sent back onto the street, that have subsequently raped or abused a child. I just want you to think about that for a second. You have sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, like Boston, like Chicago, where illegal aliens will be booked, arrested, placed into city or state custody, charged with serious crimes. ICE will ask them to be turned over for deportation. They will willfully release them back onto the street, obstructing federal law enforcement, doing so at a time and place of their choosing, making sure that we don't know where and when they will be set free. And then those illegal aliens will go out and take someone's son or someone's daughter and abuse and rape them. This is, the word scandal doesn't even come close to describing the enormity of the evil that we are talking about with these policies. About repeatedly subjecting citizens on purpose, deliberately, with malice aforethought, to crimes against them and their families by individuals who by law shall be removed from this country. You know, and we have a whole body of immigration law, by the way, the last administration shredded, that says illegal aliens shall not be allowed to enter the country, shall be detained through removal, shall not be set free. That they chose repeatedly, in mass, to not only ignore, but to give them parole, to give them work permits, to give them welfare. a scheme to violate our laws. You're not talking about just one time or 2 times or 3 times. Millions and millions of times they engage in this scheme. So much criminality that it defies our ability to even catalog it. And the wages of that, the destruction that created, can only be measured in the tears of all the moms and dads whose kids are now dead, whether dead by drugs or dead by crime. And that doesn't even measure the impacts on our education system. I mean, we always talk about how low our test scores in this country, and no one ever talks about the fact that we have a completely open border until Donald Trump with the world, flooding our schools with students who are not even literate in the language in the countries from which they came. Destroyed our education system, destroyed our infrastructure, destroyed our healthcare system. Where do Americans go to get their cities back? Where do they go to get their lives back? Where do they go to get their lost income? How many small businesses have been closed over the years because they were competing with illegal labor? How many lives and dreams have been destroyed? The other side in this debate, this isn't a debate between 2 reasonable points of view. It's a debate between a political party led by Donald Trump that believes in nationhood, that believes in sovereignty, that believes in the idea that there is such a thing as citizenship and it's sacred, and a party that is literally waging war against the very idea of nationhood. And as far as they're concerned, every single American citizen who's hurt or killed as a result is acceptable collateral damage. Well, it's not acceptable to Donald Trump, and we're shutting it down, and we'll never apologize for it. Thank you.
Here's my thing here is, this is why the Democrats lost the election. Like, what is going on here, yo? So, say this guy, let's just assume say he's innocent. Let's just assume he's innocent, okay? I ain't saying he's innocent, but let's just say he's innocent, right? Why not just send somebody to go get him or figure it out? Like, you have to make it big deal. And now they're saying this guy is a woman beater. They're saying this guy is MS-13. They're saying this guy is every bad thing in the book. So it's like, Americans are watching you guys fly all the way to El Salvador to talk about someone who the news is saying this guy is MS-13. Trump literally posted a picture that shows this guy's hands. It says MS-13. Now, it's allegedly this guy's hands because obviously Trump is the king of trolls. But the Democrat just keeps digging and digging and digging deeper until there's nothing else for them to do. It's like there's absolutely nothing for them to fight for American people. It's just crazy. It's just, I mean, I don't know, man. It is absolutely wild that your senator that you voted in to fight for your right in Congress is going to El Salvador. Your senator is going to El Salvador to bring Abrego Gracia back to the United States. Instead of making your road and making sure you have great, healthy food in your grocery stores, is going to Abrego Gracias, El Salvador. Okay.
Well, today, the future of Ukraine peace talks really running up against the clock. Just moments ago, we heard from President Trump, who was asked about remarks from Secretary of State Marco Rubio when he said the U.S. would need to decide, quote, within days whether an end to the war is in fact possible, adding that if not, the U.S. would, quote, move on. As I noted, the president was just asked about this. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, very shortly.
How many days is that?
No specific number of days, but quickly. We want to get it done. If for some reason one of the two parties makes it very difficult, we're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass.
Oh. And that's the thing, like, he's been trying to negotiate this deal between Ukraine and Russia, but it's not, I don't know what they're doing, man. I just do not understand why people want to keep the war going. And Ukraine is going to point to Russia and say, well, Russians are the ones being aggressive, or Vladimir Putin is the one being aggressive. But then it's like every possible way to stop this war has been messed up. Every time the United States tries to make a deal, it's like Ukraine, Russia. It's like, I don't, yeah. Let's focus on America first. And now, guess what? Ukraine would want to make a deal now that Trump is saying he doesn't want to be a part of it anymore. Because if the United States says, you know what, that's it, do what you like, I don't think Ukraine can survive. I just do not think Ukraine can survive.
Joining me now, CNN military analyst, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel Leighton, always good to have you with us. We also heard the president say when he was asked, in some questioning there, asked about Rubio's comments, he said in terms of the timeline you heard in there, he said he's looking for enthusiasm from both sides to end this war. It seems there's certainly a fair amount of enthusiasm on Ukraine's part. What do you think he means when he says he's looking for enthusiasm on the part of Russia? Russia does appear to be dragging their feet a bit.
Yeah, they certainly do, Erica. And, it's one of those areas where, to look for enthusiasm is kind of an odd term to use in a situation like this. I think what he means is perhaps commitment. And if he wants commitment from the Russians to get to a peace proposal, to get to some kind of a peace plan and an eventual peace accord with the Ukrainians, then you've got a whole different dynamic that you need to work toward. And I think the administration is making actually a fairly big mistake by not putting military pressure on the Russians. That could come in the form of various things, such as increased weapons supplies to Ukraine, deployments of troops, the potential even of a no-fly zone in Ukraine. That is something that nobody's been talking about since really the beginning of this war. And that is something, that's the kind of pressure that the Russians understand. All this other stuff, all these long meetings that Mr. Witkoff has had with Putin, all of those kinds of things have really not resulted in any benefit to the Ukrainians, at least. And I don't think they've even benefited the Russians at this point.
It's also striking to me sort of the two different messages and almost a role reversal in some ways, right? So we're hearing from Secretary Rubio, we've got a matter of days and then basically we have to move on. And then you hear from Vice President Vance just earlier today, who said he was optimistic that they could bring this war to a close. Does that read as messaging to you? And if so, is that messaging to one country over another in your view?
No, and it seems very confusing to me, Erica, because an administration of whatever party should be talking with one voice when it comes to these kinds of things. And when you have the Secretary of State saying, okay, we're going to move on, whatever that might mean, and then on the other hand you have the Vice President saying, I'm optimistic about getting things done, that implies that they're not going to be moving on. So obviously foreign policy is the province of the Secretary of State, at least under normal administrations, so if that is the case, that they're going to potentially move on, that could mean a case of perhaps benign neglect when it comes to the Ukrainians. That could be bad for them, but it could also be bad for Russia, and that could mean that now this gives the Europeans a chance to move in from a diplomatic standpoint and take over where the United States has left off.
So to that point, you read my mind, so thank you on that. In terms of Europe moving,
so it's taken 4 years for EU to join what is going on right here. Somebody just said the European Union, they're going to, or they're planning on helping Ukraine. After how many years? Now they're planning on helping Ukraine. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck. It's just a pity that people have to die for leaders that cannot be diplomats. That people have to die for leaders that are not diplomats. It's just what it is.
do you believe European leaders could come in and actually work out some sort of a deal here where the U.S. cannot?
Well, diplomatically, I think they might be able to. One of the key things, though, to think about is the Russians actually trust Trump more than they do the Europeans. So, although most Americans, even, and certainly most Europeans, support the idea of Ukraine and support Ukraine's diplomatic position in this war because we see Russia as the aggressor, the Russians are far more comfortable with the Trump position. And if they let that slip by, they're going to actually lose a potential advantage that they have. But the Russian side will lose that advantage on the diplomatic front, and that could be critical for them to basically consolidate the gains that they've had and potentially even gain more. And so for them, this would potentially be a dangerous situation, and it could result in those gains being reversed either militarily eventually or diplomatically.
It is remarkable to be at this point, right? And to now be looking at, is this sort of the next 48 hours? Is this what we have to work with?
Yes,
we'll be watching. Always appreciate your insight, your expertise, and nice to see you in person.
Thank you so much, Erica. Great to be with you.
Our U.S. security correspondent Kylie Atwood joins us from Washington with a closer look. And to add to confusion, Kylie, you have the vice president saying that he remains optimistic about a resolution to the war. Is there any statement that we've heard from the White House?
Somebody said EU has been helping from the gate, like from the beginning. Okay, yes, they have been helping. But why is Zelensky saying we need the United States, we need America? Go to EU and say you need the European Union then. Nobody's saying the European Union is not, helping, but the United States is the big dog, okay? No matter how you paint it, no matter how you try to say the United States is the big dog, okay? It's the biggest whale in the ocean, all right? The United States is the fattest, the most huge whale in the ocean, okay? So, there are other whales, like, in my opinion, China, Russia. Okay. But you need the biggest whale to be able to conquer other whales. And, I mean, if EU could actually solve this issue, they would have solved it.
In response.
Not yet. We haven't heard from the White House beyond what we have continually heard, of course, from President Trump, that he wants to bring an end to the Ukraine war quickly. But it's clear that their patience is growing thin from those comments that the Secretary of State made just after meeting, we should note, with Europeans and Ukrainians over what to do next to try and bring a close to the Ukraine war. The Secretary of State shared with the Ukrainians and the Europeans the general framework that the U.S. has laid out for a peace plan. We're also told from the State Department that in a phone call with the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov, Rubio also shared that same plan. So essentially what is occurring now is the Trump administration is trying to make it clear that they're not just giving this plan out and waiting. They really want to see action from both sides towards conversations that could lead to an end of this war within days, according to the Secretary of State. The open question, of course, is what the United States is going to do if that doesn't come to fruition. If there isn't an effective engagement from both sides in the coming days, what does U.S. engagement with regard to Ukraine and Russia actually look like? Are they going to normalize relations with Russia, take off some sanctions, potentially build business deals between the two countries? Are they going to potentially give Ukraine more support to continue fending off Russia's invasion? We really don't know. And so what we're watching for here is what happens over the course of the next few days and what the administration does if this doesn't actually come to fruition.
Or maybe they misread the Kremlin's calculations here, assuming that offering them more carrots and not more sticks at this point would bring them closer and further along in the negotiation process, which clearly has not played out. Kylie Atwood, thank you.
All right, let's stay on this with Chief National Security Correspondent Alex Marquardt.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. God bless y'all. All right. With that being said, let's see. What else? they have cooking over here.
This is something that Powell has been bracing for since literally hours after Trump was reelected in November, and it's something that the president did not rule out today.
Oh, he'll leave. If I ask him to, he'll be out of there.
Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you should resign. If he asked you to leave, would you go?
No.
If I want him out, he'll be out of there real fast, believe me.
Can you follow up on, do you think that legally you're not required to leave?
No.
Man, you know you're going to leave.
Pretty straightforward. Our panel joins us now. CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report, Amy Walter, Democratic strategist, former finance chair for the Harris 2024 presidential campaign, Rufus Gifford, and CNN political commentator, Republican strategist, Brad Todd. And we also have with us today Maggie Haberman of the New York Times. She is also a CNN political analyst. Maggie, I want to start with you. I'm very grateful to have you join the show. The Wall Street Journal is just out reporting that we're going to attribute the reporting to them here at CNN. We don't have it independently ourselves. But he said the Journal reports that Trump has spoken with Kevin Warsh, he's a former Fed governor, about potentially firing Powell and then before his term ends, and then possibly selecting Warsh to be his replacement. The reporting says Warsh has advised against firing Powell, argued he should let the Fed chair complete his term without interference. He, of course, has about a year left on it. I realize, obviously, you're reporting maybe in a different place on this, but I'm hoping you can kind of help us understand what has happened between Donald Trump and Jerome Powell that is driving all of this.
Jerome Powell is not doing what Donald Trump wants, which is to lower rates. Trump is watching rates get cut elsewhere, and so Trump is doing what Trump does, which is engage in a pressure campaign publicly. This is going to test the limits of what Trump is able to do. Now, Casey, the people that I have spoken to who are in touch with President Trump about this and are having conversations with him about it say he is not imminently going to try to push out Jerome Powell, bearing in mind that this is Donald Trump and things could change day to day. They are well aware in the White House that the markets are struggling, and they are well aware of what the last 2 weeks have looked like for this administration. So while Trump is frustrated and is going to say this publicly, there is an effort to try to keep him from doing this. And just again to note, Casey, yes, I'm sure he has had some kind of a conversation like that with Kevin Warsh. I'm sure Kevin Warsh advised him, as the Journal is reporting, but I do not believe Donald Trump is looking to do this today. He has been talking about firing the Fed chair going back to his first term. It's nothing new.
Right, which is why, of course, Powell felt like he had to come out and say that. I mean, does Trump feel personally betrayed by Powell? I mean, he was asked in the Oval today, did he regret appointing him in the first place? Does he?
Yes, in the way that he ends up regretting appointing everybody who he appoints who doesn't do exactly what he wants. And when he looks across the government, he doesn't believe that there should be pockets of independence, especially when it's people who he has appointed. But again, there are Supreme Court cases that are ongoing right now related to independent agencies and what the limits of presidential power are. And the White House is mindful of that. And so while Trump may be personally disappointed, and he made very clear in the Oval Office that he is, I think that this is going to be something of a line that he will be cautious about crossing. But again, given how unrestrained Trump has been in this term so far, I don't want to suggest that something is not going to happen, but I don't think it is going to happen anytime soon.
Really interesting. Amy Walter, what are the politics of this here? Because, I mean, clearly they got spooked in the White House by especially the bond market, and it's one of the few times we've seen Trump pull back. And his, the fact that the truth this morning didn't actually fire Powell outright may be part of that.
Yeah. It's interesting. I just wrote about it today. If you look at for the entirety of Trump 1.0, the one thing he always had going for him, even when his overall approval ratings were very low, was that he got higher approval ratings on the economy. It was that great sort of buoying effect, and that where you'd hear over and over from voters, I don't really like his style. I don't like how reckless he is. But he knows what he's doing on the economy. He's that guy from he knows how to do this. Yeah. For the first time ever now, we are seeing his approval ratings on the economy match his overall approval ratings in that they're both equally underwater. What people are frustrated about when you look at what independents are saying right now in polls is they're willing to give him maybe a little time on this tariff thing. They're not willing to say right now, this is terrible, it's a disaster. They don't like that prices aren't coming down. But what they don't like is the way in which he's going at it. Firing Powell is not going to make those folks suddenly feel less anxious.
Yeah, Brad Todd, for our viewers who don't know, I mean, you see reams of political data. You do a lot of work to try to get Republicans elected. Does it line up with what Amy's saying?
Yes. Voters still give him incredibly high marks on immigration. And the Republican voters and independents who voted for him give him high marks on trade. They're willing to give him some slack and let it work. Which, by the way, that's what Jerome Powell said. You know, the bites that were taken out of that Economic Club of Chicago speech yesterday didn't include what I thought was the key part. At the very end, he said, you know, we don't know exactly what the tariffs are going to be, how long they're going to last, and how they're going to work. And we're watching and waiting. And so Donald Trump now is on the clock. He needs to start making deals.
Rufus Gifford,
he's been making deals, yo. He needs to start making. He's been making deals before his inauguration day. Zelensky was in Mar-a-Lago. Or in New York. He was in New York Trump tour last year before Trump was inaugurated. Netanyahu, the guy from Israel, he was in Mar-a-Lago. Like the Canadian Prime Minister was in Mar-a-Lago before this guy was inaugurated. So Trump needs to start making deals. Yes, he knows. Okay, this man has been making deals virtually all his life. All right, so y'all need to do what you do and let him do what he does. He has, in my opinion, capable team. Of course, they're gonna make mistakes. You think you're just gonna go through this 4 years without any mistakes? There will be mistakes. However, what matters is mitigating your risk and making sure that you don't make the same mistakes like twice. You know, because they're moving very fast. And especially with the trade deals, some of this is just like what we saw yesterday. It was the senator from Louisiana. I think it was John Kennedy. Senator John Kennedy said, tariff is not science. It's an art. So meaning to actually negotiate these deals, it is absolutely an art to get it done. And for the Fed chairman, Trump insists this guy is absolutely slow. He's late. He doesn't cut the rates when he's supposed to. And eventually when he does, it's like, you missed it. So I 1000% support Trump when it comes to making deals. I mean, he's been through like so much when it comes to failures, because this is what people always say. Well, he bankrupted like 8 casinos. That's how you know how to win. You have to fall down. You know the saying, like, fall down 7, get up 8. Fall down 7 times, get up 8. Okay, so I think Trump is going to bring back this economy. It's already coming down because prices are falling so hard. I mean, the stock market is down. Okay, that means everything is down, really, basically. Of course, tariff is going on for if you have a small business and you have to get stuff from China, obviously, you have to pay more. But like for oil, the price of gas is down. Inflation is down. So whatever is doing is actually working.
Time talking to people who have been very influenced by the markets, who have a lot of money in the markets, who run and work with businesses. A lot of these people, let's be candid, were okay with Donald Trump getting elected. They remembered what it was like under Trump 1. It seems like there may have been some change of heart. I'm curious what you're hearing from the communities you talk to every day.
Look, what we're hearing is chaos, and people don't like chaos. Investors don't like chaos, CEOs don't like chaos, and individual Americans don't like chaos. And that's what we're seeing here. I think a couple of...
We live in chaos. What you mean? We don't like chaos. Man, that's what we do.
Things on this, Casey. One, what Chairman Powell said yesterday in Chicago, which Trump responded to this morning, is something that virtually every economist out there has said, which is that tariffs are inflationary. And I think everyone has agreed on that, in essence, including his Treasury Secretary before he went full MAGA. And I think what you're seeing, the reason why Donald Trump is not going to fire Jerome Powell immediately is because the markets will tank, and I think he's afraid of that.
Let me go to Elliot Williams on this too, because Elliot, the other piece of this is that this was considered under Trump 1, and to the point where Jerome Powell went and asked about, what would happen in this case, and he was told that he would have to pay for his own legal defense out of his own pocket. It was reported he said he would do that with every last nickel. Right. How can you help us understand
The president can try to fire Jerome Powell. Maybe he will. Now, the rules say that a president can remove a Fed chair for cause. Now, that's things like inefficiency, neglect, or malfeasance. Now, what do those terms mean? Literally, he has to show up drunk to work to get fired. Or intentionally try to tank global markets. That's what
is the most
Congress
savage in the comment section. Luke says, liberals, please be specific.
Now, as has been sort of said by Maggie and Rufus and Brad, certainly Donald Trump has tried to exert more control over independent agencies. And in fact, the Supreme Court right now is considering the very question of, should we relax the rules on the president being able to remove the heads of independent agencies? Maybe the Fed will be one. This is a legal fight brewing if it does happen.
Yeah. Maggie Haberman, as we sort of consider this, and Rufus used the word authoritarian, one of the big themes, and I know you wrote about this a few days ago for the New York Times, is one of retribution, right? And in your story, which was actually focused on Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, and real estate, you noted that during the first several months of his second term, Trump has mostly avoided using the justice system to target his enemies, but last week, you said he signed presidential memos singling out officials who opposed him during his first term, directing his agencies to scrutinize their actions. The U.S. Attorney in New Jersey said she was going to open an investigation into that state's governor. And then I want to play for you. This is something that Lisa Murkowski, the senator from Alaska, said. It actually had happened a few days ago, but the video has just been circulating today. I want to play it for you, and we'll talk about it. Take a look.
We are all afraid. Okay. Square statement. I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice because retaliation is real, and that's not right.
That quote she used, Maggie, "We are all afraid." Is that fear justified?
Look, she's saying something that you have heard senators say over time privately and most vocally, frankly, Casey, around the January 6th Senate impeachment trial of Donald Trump. I would say that Congress and the Senate, the House and the Senate, are co-equal branches of the government, and they represent constituents. And if they have concerns, what would seem to be keeping them from speaking out is, maybe it's personal fears, but in a lot of cases, it's fears of them losing their jobs, and that's sort of a different issue than fear of personal safety or something else.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely taken. I guess when I was asking, is it justified? It's just you noted in your story that there seems to have been this evolution for Trump himself. Right, that there has been this change. I think my question is there really a marked difference in his behavior here? And do you think that you see a willingness on his part to go after people in a new way?
Oh, sure. Look, I mean, this was Jonathan Swan and Mike Schmidt and Charlie Savage and I wrote about this. I don't think there's been an evolution in terms of what Trump would like to use the levers of government for. I think there has been an evolution in terms of how he is using the levers of government and how streamlined and centralized it is within the White House. So, instead of using his Twitter feed or having phone calls with Jeff Sessions, as we saw in 2017, you had in the Oval Office last week Donald Trump signing presidential memoranda targeting two individuals who had worked in the first Trump administration, one of whom because he disagreed that the election was stolen and spoke openly about that. And that is a line crossed that we had not seen before. And what that portends for the future, we shall see.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. Trump is doing a lot, making deals, trying to stop wars. And this is part of what is also focusing on the Iran situation. He doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapon and is negotiating with Iran right now too.
I wouldn't say waved off. I'm not in a rush to do it because I think that Iran has a chance to have a great country and to live happily without death. And I'd like to.
And this is the man that Hillary in 2015, 2016 was saying, if this guy becomes the president of the United States, if he has access to nuclear codes and stuff like that, there would be war in the world, disaster. This man, he would have itchy fingers. He would be using the nuclear code or whatever. This man is trying to negotiate with Iran. He's saying he doesn't want death. He believes Iran can live happily, a good life. He could just easily say, you know what? Okay, y'all don't want to talk. That's it. But no, he told Israel, he said, don't do nothing yet. That's just gangsta, y'all.
You see that? That's my first option. If there's a second option, I think it would be very bad for Iran. And I think Iran is wanting to talk. I hope they're wanting to talk. It's going to be very good.
Him saying Iran is wanting to talk, basically he just said that. I'm sure it's like, maybe nobody has actually called, but him saying that right there, you better be ready to talk. That's what it means.
For them if they do.
Because Israel playing a huge role, and they've already shown how much damage they can do to Iran. Next round of talks between the U.S. and Iran are tomorrow in Rome. As President Trump says, he is in no rush to attack the country. He wants to first see if they can make some goals when it comes to peace talks. So here are the stakes. What can they say they share their interests? Both want to avoid war, I guess. No regime change. We don't want to change regimes. They're not looking to overthrow the Ayatollah unless the people rise up and do that. Possible economic cooperation. I don't see that happening, but who knows? Preference for diplomacy. On the other side of cooperation is additional sanctions and going after third-party sanctions like China, who buys 90% of Iran's oil. These are some of the nuclear sites. This is the one experts say is where they really got to focus on, and it might be the hardest of hard targets. How close is Iran to getting a nuclear weapon? They need 7 days to get one. Look what they can get in a month. Look at 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. There is the utter definition of urgency right now to act, and something's got to come out of this. Is there an urgency on Iranian side? Here to discuss this is retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman for the Institute of Study War, General Jack Keane. General, you didn't like the tone of the first round of talks in Oman between the U.S. and Iran. Why?
Well, because the president of the United States is unequivocal in what he's saying. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And he's issued them an ultimatum. And that ultimatum is pretty simple. Voluntarily dismantle your nuclear enterprise completely. And that means give up the enriched uranium, destroy the facilities that make the advanced centrifuges that enable that enriched uranium, destroy the ballistic missiles that would deliver the weapon systems, open Iran to anywhere, anytime inspections, and do it all by a date certain. So what we should be discussing with the Iranians is now not how much enriched uranium they're going to have, because you cannot permit Iran to have any enriched uranium whatsoever, or the capability with advanced centrifuges to make enriched uranium. Why is that? Because in the 10 years since the Obama deal was cut, which permitted 3.7% enriched uranium. Sorry to get into those kind of details, but it's important because the Iranians today, in a matter of weeks, because they have advanced centrifuges, can take that minimum amount of enriched uranium and build it to weapons grade. So that's the issue here. And while the United States wants peace and stability in the region, we've got to recognize Israel's position here. They look at Iran having a nuclear weapon as an existential threat to their country. And that's the reality of it, and we've got to be able to support them. Also, if Iran got a nuclear weapon, Brian, and this is why the president is adamant about this, what will happen in the region? There will be a nuclear arms race in the region. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, other countries will all get nuclear weapons. And the danger of that is, given the volatility of the Middle East, we could see for the first time in history an exchange of nuclear weapons.
No question.
Because of that volatility and that destability.
So we know,
the stakes are very high here.
I know, and it's got to be zero, and I hope that Steve Woodcuff understands that. I know Marco Rubio understands that. And we know that the Russians, we had the Iranian for the second week in a row, go meet with Russian delegation, including Lavrov, who says, I'll help you do this. Real quick, on the plan that was in the New York Times a couple of days ago, the president said he wasn't for it. He didn't deny that the plan was accurate. Did you, from what you know of the war plan to take out their nuclear weapons, we have to play a role. The Israelis don't have the right bombs yet to do it. Do you think the president didn't like the plan, or he doesn't like the idea of the attack?
Well, I don't know those details, and I don't ask for those details because that's classified. But here's what I do know. The Israelis, if they had to, would do this alone. They don't want to do that because they want to be supported by the United States. I think Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are really on the same page in dealing with Iran. The president wants to see if Iran will voluntarily do this. If not, he would likely support, with U.S. capability, an Israeli-led attack and give Israel the bombers that are necessary to help destroy these targets.
Right.
Yes, so that would likely be a joint operation.
So let's talk about Ukraine and the peace talks that seem to be going nowhere. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Listen.
The United States has been helping Ukraine over the last 3 years, and we want it to end. But it's not our war. I want everyone to understand that. And the reason why I make that point is the president has spent 87 days at the highest level of his government repeatedly taking efforts to bring this war to an end. We are now reaching a point where we need to decide and determine whether this is even possible or not, which is why we're engaging both sides. So we need to determine very quickly now, and I'm talking about in a matter of days, whether or not this is doable over the next few weeks. If it is, we're in. If it's not, then we have other priorities to focus on.
Right, and Ukraine.
Exactly. This is why I also think Marco Rubio is a star in the Republican Party. He is a very effective communicator. Is smart, obviously. If the Ukraine-Russia situation isn't going to, be dissolved, then why waste time on it? Come to a conclusion. Come to a conclusion. Like, make a deal. Let's know what we're doing. We got other problems to solve. I mean, we got trade deals. We're trying to solve trade deals, the border, deporting people, making sure the immigration system is nice, bringing down inflation, making sure people who need help in the United States gets it, homeless veterans. There's so much to focus on in the United States. So if Ukraine and Russia, if they're not solving their own problems and actually one piece, then okay, yeah, it's up from here.
By the way, the rare earth deal is going to be formalized this week with the U.S. and Ukraine. What is Rubio doing there? What's his tactic?
He's talking to Russia. I mean, the reality is what we're seeing here. The president wants peace. President Zelensky of Ukraine wants peace. The Ukrainian people want peace. There's one player here who doesn't want it, and that's Putin. And he's been stiffing us for weeks. The secretary knows that, Marco Rubio. Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, knows it. The negotiators know it. And the president of the United States know it. And this is the Russian playbook. Delay, 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 stall, get concessions. They want Ukraine to be in a more vulnerable position. Putin has not given up his aspirations to topple the government in Ukraine and put a stooge in. That's kind of where he is. And if that is his position and the United States comes to that and they're not going to make a deal, then we got to take the next option, which is what? Which is slap some real sanctions on Putin once and for all and shut down China and buying oil from them, and also go after the central banking systems, and then upgun Ukraine in terms of military capabilities, something Putin will really pay attention to. And that's kind of, I think we're at that crossroads now. That's what Secretary Rubio is telling us.
I hear you. And by the way, the Russians had conducted roughly a battalion-sized mechanized assault yesterday, and it was repelled by the Ukrainians. So we'll see what happens. Let them buy weapons and let them fight. They're better fighters. Thanks so much, General. Have a great weekend.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. My thing here is truly, head to head, I truly believe that no leader in this world, like no president, no prime minister, can go head to head with Trump. This is my belief. I truly believe when it comes to making deals, standing for their country citizens, no leader is as aggressive as Trump. And this is why he won the election. Okay, this is why the people elected him. This is why they trust him to bring them prosperity. This is why they trust him to make America great again, because they believe he is the absolute best candidate to do this. All right. Shout out to OG 45th, 47th President of the United States, Trump. He held a swearing in for Dr. Oz. And of course, you know, this man always takes questions.
Throw me off.
Everybody can say what they want to say, okay? But the truth is, everything Trump is doing right now, he said it during the campaign. He said it, okay? And the people voted for it. He's not doing anything new. It's like, oh, Trump never said this. If he said this, I would never have voted for him. No. Everybody's like, okay, yes, he said it was going to deport people. He said it was going to make sure the border was safe. He said it was going to make sure he brought down interest rate. He said it was going to slash the oil prices, electricity bills by 50% in 1 year. Hopefully that works out. He said it was going to end the Ukraine and Russia war. He's still working on that. Everything he said he was going to do, he's already done it, or he is currently working on it. So, hate him or love him, you have to say, gee, you are effective. He's absolutely effective. And like I said, he's been doing 2 to 4 events every single day, from signing executive orders to swearing in Dr. Oz, to having press corps interviews, questions for hours. Meeting with other leaders like he did yesterday with the president, with the president of Italy. Like, geez, this man is just legendary, yo.
Yeah, you can hold it. No. She went to theology school. Perfect.
He met with Giorgia Meloni yesterday, which is Italy Prime Minister. Working as hard as ever. And this man is turning 79 years old. Now, what is going on here? Dr. Oz, I guess they're waiting on Trump. The big dog. All right, here we go.
John over there with the whole crew. Congratulations.
He's such a G.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is a very important day. It's a day that we're delighted to swear in Dr. Mehmet Oz as the next administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, which is a big deal. Congratulations to Dr. Oz and his beautiful wife, Lisa, and their friends and family on this really incredible achievement. Come a long way, huh? It's amazing. Dr. Oz comes to this position as one of the nation's most talented and beloved medical professionals. He graduated from Harvard University. Ah, Harvard. Well, how convenient. Should we talk about Harvard? Before obtaining his MD at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine, a great one, and really some amazing education while also earning an MBA from the wonderful Wharton School of Business. He completed his medical residency at the world-renowned New York Presbyterian Columbia University Medical Center. Dr. Oz then had a sterling medical career in which he became an internationally acclaimed heart and lung surgeon, highly respected. He served as director of the Cardiovascular Institute and Integrative Medicine program at New York Presbyterian, and as a longtime professor at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons. Boy, oh boy, doctor, I thought he just did a show. I only know the show. You know why I know the show? Because he said, I'm a little overweight, I should lose some weight. I did a show, and that's what I got out of it. That was not good. But I'm looking at all of this other. This is very impressive. Dr. Oz authored more than 400 contributions to academic and scientific publications and holds several patents for technologies that revolutionize cardiovascular surgery. And Dr. Oz later translated his experience into an extraordinarily successful television career, making him one of the most trusted voices on healthcare. And he also got very high ratings, I can tell you that. He did great with the television thing. As CMS Administrator, Dr. Oz will work tirelessly to strengthen and protect Medicare for our nation's seniors and Medicaid for the needy. Just as I promised, there will be no cuts. We're not going to have any cuts. We're going to have only help. Dr. Oz will work to improve the quality of care for decades to come, and he'll ensure that criminals, fraudsters, and illegal aliens are not permitted to rob America's seniors. They are trying, but they're not going to get away with it. He will also work alongside Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I've heard of him. He's a pretty famous guy. He's doing a great job, too, to address the crisis of chronic illness and to make America healthy again. So I want to just thank Dr. Oz, and because this is a big commitment he's making. He has a lot of options, and this is a big, big commitment. And I want to congratulate you and your family on really an amazing life. And I think this is going to be by far the most important part of an already incredible life. So thank you very much. God bless you, my friend. Thank you very much. Take care of yourself. Congratulations. It's amazing. Congratulations. Wow. What a job, huh? Yeah. Are you ready, Bobby?
I sure am.
Let's do it.
You put your hand on the Bible, your left hand, and raise your right hand. And repeat after me. I, Mehmet Oz, do solemnly swear.
I, Mehmet Oz, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully.
And that I will well and faithfully.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
Discharge the duties of the office upon I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. God bless you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. I've got to start off by thanking three people. Mr. President, thank you very much. God bless you for leading our nation, but also courageously leading the MAHA movement, really earnestly in your heart wanting to get America to be healthy again, and for giving me an opportunity to help with that mission. Secretary Kennedy has been leading the charge at Health and Human Services. A dear friend, like a brother, has done unbelievably courageous work because he's curious and he's started answering a lot of important questions. And I will treasure for the rest of my days your trust in me to help you with this progress. Thank you. And of course, Lisa, the family, but Lisa in particular, who's had an uncanny ability to identify opportunities and to always keep a clear North Star to keep our family grounded. God bless you, my beautiful one. Let me start with a simple premise. Every great society, everyone, has an opportunity to take care of its most vulnerable and treasures that opportunity. And we're great people, so we will do the same. As we entered the main building, the Humphreys building, where Health and Human Services is located, There's a placard of Hubert Humphrey, and it says that it's a moral opportunity, a moral obligation of government to take care of people in the dawn of their life, the kids, in the twilight of their life, the elderly, the mature, the seniors, and those in the shadows of life, those struggling with disabilities. We want to provide America with access to great care. We want to save the public health insurance programs of this country. That's what President Trump asked me to do when he took this position to administer the programs at CMS. Now, if we're going to do that, we've got to be honest with each other. And a physician, President Trump has to always do that, right? We've got to share news, so do presidents, that folks don't want to hear, but it's important for our well-being. So I'm going to give you 4 bullet points to remember. Bullet point number 1, and they're all numbered in order for a reason. Medicaid is the #1 budget item for many states, and it is crowding out education, other important social programs. The states are having a big problem, and that's with the federal government paying most of the bill. Item number 2, healthcare expenditures are increasing at 2% higher than the economy is growing. And because of that, we spend more than 2 times per person on healthcare than any other country on the planet, and we're not getting value for that. Because number 3, is that we are, in America, experiencing an unfortunate problem, which is medical errors are the #3 cause of death. Did you know that, Mr. President? It's surprising with that much money invested, we're still having problems. And number 4, our life expectancy, despite all this investment, is continuing to slip back. We're now more than 4 years shorter in our life expectancy than countries that we used to be equal to. But I am optimistic. Why? Because we control our destiny. Because at its very core, we have a generational opportunity, a unique ability to save the healthcare system because we control all the big pieces. America is too great for small dreams. So I've got some big ideas that I'd like to share that we've worked through with my staff who are cordoned off over there, and there's a lot of us. We've got almost more than 6,000 people at CMS working on this and 40,000 contractors helping. So we've got a lot of people. What are we going to do? First, we're going to reduce chronic disease. How do you do that? 70% of the healthcare expenditures of this country are driven by chronic disease. And it is your patriotic duty, I'll say it again, the patriotic duty of all Americans to take care of themselves, because it's important for serving in the military, but it's also important because healthy people don't consume healthcare resources. The best way to reduce drug spending is to use less drugs because you don't need them because you're healthy. And it feels a lot better as well. The President and Secretary Kennedy have been pushing the MAHA agenda because it makes it easier for people to do the right thing, especially the mothers of this great land, because they're the ones who really get caught with this responsibility. They're the ones deciding for their kids. They're the ones we want to empower. And curiosity, which is the key word here, truly asking questions you want the answers to, will allow the MAHA movement to thrive. The next big thing we want to focus on is modernizing Medicare and Medicaid. That's how Americans will get the care that they want, need, and deserve. We need to empower patients and providers, both. The doctors and the patients both have to be equipped with better tools. And the President is showing that he actually does love and cherish Medicare with all these executive orders, like the one on transparency, sir, that really helps us by making sure people are equipped with information. So you shine a light in the dark shadows where so much of the problems happen with the healthcare system. And remember, the most expensive care is bad quality care. That's what we want to stamp on. And finally, we want to crush fraud, waste, and abuse. This is stunning to me. And I've got a message for all the bad guys from me, the Secretary, and the President. We are going to stop people from stealing from our most vulnerable, from stealing with the taxpayers of America, or honestly trying to support these programs. And we're going to be able to do it in quite a few ways. We are coming for you. And I'll give you a couple examples. Mr. President, these are ones that you may want to use in some of your first future conversations. Almost 250,000 people, American citizens, were fraudulently enrolled without their knowledge in exchange programs by brokers who were unscrupulous, stealing from the U.S. government by pretending these people were on programs they never told them about. Tens of millions of dollars, Mr. President, are being spent on illegal immigrants receiving Medicaid in California, and they're pushing the bill to us. Should we stop that? I think so. That will not continue. We're spending about $1 billion on Medicaid programs for dual state eligible patients, which means you live in one state, but the system thinks you're another state, and maybe a third state, and we're paying all 3 states for services you're not getting because you don't live in 3 states all at once. And finally, and this one really bothers me, there are states who are using Medicaid dollars for people who are vulnerable are being used for non-medical purposes. For example, public labor unions are getting child care through some of this money. That doesn't make sense to me. Housekeeping, I wish I could get that for my home. There's a big problem with student loan repayments taking place with Medicaid dollars. That's not where it should be used. And we are paying for DEI programs. I could go on, but these are all programs, Mr. President, that we have created a war room at CMS to go after, to catch the fraud in real time before the money leaves the federal coffers. So we have the money to reinvest in healthcare to make it even stronger than it's been before. Together, we're going to make the care better. We're going to make the outcomes improve, and we're going to make sure that America can actually be the healthiest country that could ever possibly be. We'll make America healthy again. God bless you both, sir.
I remember when Trump announced Dr. Oz as the director of CMS, and it's like people were saying Dr. Oz is a reality TV show guy. There's no way he could be an administrator for CMS. Well, judging from how he conducted himself here and the things he said, those words, well, those are well-meaning words for American health. And I can say for a fact that that person that just spoke is definitely looking like he's capable of doing the job.
Okay.
Mr. President, Secretary Rubio said that the U.S. will have to figure out whether a deal can be done between Russia and Ukraine in a matter of days, or you will just move on.
Yeah, very shortly.
How many days is that?
No specific number of days, but quickly. We want to get it done. We're talking about here people dying, and we're talking about over there people are dying also, like on average 2,500 young people, soldiers. They're not from America. They're not from anywhere else other than Ukraine and Russia.
Facts.
But we want to save these lives. So it's 2,500 a week are being killed in battle. It's a vicious battle with the best equipment, the best everything, and it is brutal. 2,500 young people a week. Some of them not so young, actually. They're getting older. They're getting older by the month. But 2,500 a week, and we're going to get it stopped ideally. Now, if for some reason one of the two parties makes it very difficult, we're just going to say you're foolish, you're fools, you're horrible people, and we're going to just take a pass. But hopefully we won't have to do that. And Marco is right in saying it. We want to see it end. Think of it. Every day, a lot of people are being killed as we talk about, as they play games. So we're not gonna take that, and we'll see. I think we have a good chance of solving the problem, however. Yeah.
What do you need to see?
Are you prepared to walk away completely from these efforts and these talks?
Well, I don't want to say that, but we want to see it end. We want to see it end, yeah.
Is Vladimir Putin stalling, in your view, Mr. President?
I hope not. I'm going to let you know about that soon if he is, but I hope not. He's got a big force out there, big force. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's a war, and it didn't happen for 4 years. That's a war that should have never happened. October 7th, Israel would have never happened. Iran was broke. And now we'll see what happens with Iran. We have a lot of them out there. We have a lot of things that we're working on right now that shouldn't have happened. None of it. Ukraine would have never happened with.
And that's true. It's like Trump is supposed, in his mind, when 2020 happened and Biden became the president, in his mind, he's probably thinking, okay, maybe when I come back, I'm gonna just have to fix small stuff. Now he has to stop a whole war. He's trying to stop Iran from having nuclear weapon. And he still has to deal with every single thing he promised every single voter that voted for him. So it's like, man, Joe Biden.
With Russia, October 7th would have never happened, so you wouldn't have had all the problems in the Middle East. The Afghanistan embarrassment, probably the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. By the way, prices are down. Groceries are down. Eggs, which you hit me so hard, I'll never forget the first week in office, they were screaming at me about eggs. I said, what's going on with eggs? They were doubling and tripling. I said, I just got here. They were up like
Exactly.
double, triple, and you couldn't get it in.
It is so wild that Trump literally just celebrated 100 days a couple of days ago. This man has just been in here for 100 days and some couple of days. And it's already like, Trump is doing that. No, he's basically fixing all the things that Biden messed up. The war didn't start under Trump. It started under Biden. Now Trump is fixing it. The border crisis started under who? Sleepy Joe. Now Trump has actually fixed that part.
They said you won't have eggs for Easter. Well, you can have all the eggs you want. I'll tell you, Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture, did a great job.
You can have all the eggs you want, baby.
The egg prices are down 87%. But nobody talks about that. You can have all the eggs you want. We have too many eggs. In fact, if anything, the prices are getting too low.
Sir, what do you...
So I just want to let you know, prices are down. Gasoline yesterday in 3 states hit $1.98 a gallon. And it looks like it's at a level that it hasn't seen since my days, my 4 years. So it's about I'd say maybe, I think we're going to be averaging $2.25 very soon. So I just want to let you know, though, because I keep hearing about prices and inflation. Prices are coming down, not going up. Only the fake news says they're going up. The only thing that's even are interest rates. And if we had a Fed chairman that understood what he was doing, interest rates would be coming down too. He should bring them down. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, what do you need to see from both sides in order to keep negotiations going? What do you want to see from Russia and Ukraine?
I have to see.
Put
My
down
whole
the
life
weapon.
has been one big negotiation, and I know when people are playing us, and I know when they're not, and I have to see an enthusiasm to want to end it. And I think I see that enthusiasm. I think I see it from both sides.
Do you think Russia's
But you're
playing
going to
you?
know soon.
Do you think Russia's playing you?
No, nobody's playing me. I'm trying to help. This was Biden's war, by the way. By me getting involved, they'll say, oh, it's Trump. This is not Trump's war. This is Biden. This is a war that should have never happened. Okay? Think of it. Those cities are crushed and crashed, and all those beautiful steeples, the most beautiful in the world, actually considered the most beautiful in the world, most of them are now smashed to smithereens, as they say, and lying on the ground in a million pieces. Those towns are crushed, the whole place. It's so horrible. And millions of people are dead, far more than you think. That's one thing you're going to get out of this war. You're going to find out that your estimates are far lower than, it's far worse than people think. Nobody's playing anybody. We are going to see if we can get it done. I think we have a really good chance of getting it done, and it's coming to a head right now.
Mr. President,
Would you Ukraine militarily? If you do decide to move on or take a pass, Mr. President, would you then continue to support Ukraine militarily?
Well, I'm not going to say that because I think we're going to get it done.
Mr. President, there's a group of Venezuelan men down in Texas who have been alerted that they are soon going to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act. Have you authorized that operation, and where are they going to go?
I don't know about the group you're talking about, but if they're bad people, I would certainly authorize it, yeah. I won an election in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won by millions of votes. We won 2,750 districts to 505 districts. 2,750 to 5. That's why the map, when you look at it, is all red. And one of the biggest reason, I think the biggest single reason, actually, I'd like to say it's because of this, because I think they're going to come up with things that are incredible. But probably the biggest reason was because of the border and because of illegal immigration. And the people of this country want those people out. Because what Biden did, and I don't know if he did it, I'm not even sure he knows what the hell he was doing, but what his people did, representing him, was allow millions and millions of people from jails, from prisons all over the world, people from mental institutions and insane asylums, gang members, drug dealers, pouring into our place. And you know what? Our people voted for me to get them out. They want them out. They want them out. And we've done a hell of a job. And by the way, Ecuador and various places, but El Salvador, we've been helped by a lot of other states where they're helping us, actually, because you couldn't look. What this man was thinking when they allowed open borders and people to come in, if you look at Venezuela, their crime is down by 72%. You know why? They took all their criminals off the street. They took all their prisoners from jail. They took murders. 11,088 murderers were released into our country. Bad things are going to happen. Bad things. And we're getting them out. And that's why I was elected. A judge wasn't elected to do that. I was elected to do that. And we're doing it in record fashion. We have the safest border, the most secure border we've ever had. See the Declaration of Independence? You should all read that before you leave. That's the real deal. You should all read it before you leave. Yeah.
Mr. President, photos have emerged of Senator Van Hollen sipping what appears to be margaritas with Abrego Garcia down in El Salvador. Do you encourage other Democrats to fly down to El Salvador to meet with this
fly to El Salvador.
I like this guy. See, now this is the kind of a reporter we like. There aren't enough of them. We got to get some more of them. But no, I appreciate that question. No, look, he's a fake. I know him. I know them all. They're all fake. And they have no interest in that prisoner. That prisoner's record is unbelievably bad. If you would go into the room, you might, if you would, Caroline, maybe go into the room and see if you can find that little slip. I wrote some things down. I don't know why you'd want to keep him. But we got a little biography of him.
Did you help set up that meeting?
Not a very innocent
Let him
guy.
finish talking.
Did you help set up that meeting, sir?
Mr. President, in the spirit of Easter Sunday. And
While we're on the subject, right? Yes, so you're talking about Abrego Garcia, is that the one? Yeah. Is an illegal alien MS-13 gang member and foreign terrorist. This comes out of the State Department and very legitimate sources. I mean, I assume I'm just giving you what they handed to me, but this was supposed to be certified stuff. In 2019, Garcia was issued a deportation order. 2 separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13, which is a gang that may be even worse than Tren de Aragua, and maybe worse. They kill people with knives because it's more painful. Very famous for the knifing and killing of 2 young 16-year-old girls walking to school one day, and they sliced them up into little pieces and killed them. That's MS-13. And 2 separate judges affirmed Garcia was a member of MS-13. When Garcia was originally arrested, he was wearing a sweatshirt with rolls of money pouring out, an MS-13 gang symbol that he was driving with 2 other known violent MS-13 gang members, 2 of the most violent members that we know of in the MS-13 gang of thugs. In 2022, Garcia was stopped by the Tennessee Highway Patrol and was found to be transporting 7 people from Texas to Maryland, and he had no driver's license. He was driving violently. In 2020 and 2021, Garcia's wife filed for a protective order from him and said he was violent and abusive and really scary, including allegations that he punched and scratched her on the eye, left her bleeding after throwing her laptop on the floor at her, ripped her shirt, and ripped off her shorts. He then grabbed her arm, leaving very severe marks. Garcia's wife also wrote in court, "At this point, I am afraid to be close to him. I just don't want to be close. I have multiple photos and videos how violent he can be and all of the bruises that he's left on me." She just couldn't get anywhere near him. This is the man that the Democrats are wanting us to fly back from El Salvador to be a happily ensconced member of the USA family. Isn't it a shame? And by the way, I've been hit pretty hard by fake shows, fake news, MSDNC in particular, where they talk about how evil I am, that this man would be thrown out of our country. This man is according to certified statements that we get, is a very violent person. And they want this man to be brought back into our country where he can be free and to stay as a happily Maryland, happily, they call him the Maryland man. He's a Maryland father. No, this is a violent person. Who they don't talk about is that wonderful angel mom who lost her daughter, who had 5 beautiful children, and she was killed violently. And, she spoke, and she spoke unbelievably. I saw it. And the fake news didn't pick it up. She spoke. She was in tears. She's devastated. Her life is, essentially, she's told me her life is like over. But there was I think no stories. Isn't that true? No stories. Yes, 0 stories. It was the most emotional thing. Everybody that watched it, they couldn't believe it. The fake news refused to put it up. So it's very sad. And yet they talk about this guy like he's an angel. See the angel up there? They think he's like that, like a little angel.
Do you encourage other Democrats to visit?
Would you be open to letting
no
Iran?
Impact, the way she look at it. No impact. It's just like unbalanced. Would you do that? Well, go ahead.
Sir, on Iran, would you be open to letting Iran keep some kind of civil nuclear program, or would the entire program need to be dismantled?
I'm for stopping Iran very simply from having a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
So the
I
entire
want
program
Iran
dismantled?
to be great and prosperous and terrific. I stopped them once they were broke and they didn't have any money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. There wouldn't have been an October 7th disaster. They were broke. They had no money. And they weren't spending it to terrorist organizations because they had none. When Biden came in, he took all the sanctions off. China wasn't allowed to buy. I said, if you buy, because they're their biggest customer, I said, you buy 1 barrel of oil, just 1 barrel of oil from Iran, and you can't do business in the United States. And by the way, we have nice conversations going with China just to intercede. It's like really very good. But with Iran, they can't.
Even
have
if I did, I'm
weapon,
not going to tell you.
And if they have a nuclear weapon, you'll all be very unhappy. You'll all be very unhappy because your life.
Who is leading those trade talks?
Will be in great danger. Yeah.
Did you hear what it said at the end? It said, if Iran has a nuclear weapon.
Would you do that? Well, go ahead.
Sir, on Iran, would you be open to letting Iran keep some kind of civil nuclear program, or would the entire program need to be dismantled?
I'm for stopping Iran very simply from having a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
So the
I
entire
want
program
Iran
dismantled?
to be great and prosperous and terrific. I stopped them once they were broke and they didn't have any money for Hamas. They didn't have any money for Hezbollah. There wouldn't have been an October 7th disaster. They were broke. They had no money. And they weren't spending it to terrorist organizations because they had none. When Biden came in, he took all the sanctions off. China wasn't allowed to buy. I said, if you buy, because they're their biggest customer, I said, you buy 1 barrel of oil, just 1 barrel of oil from Iran, and you can't do business in the United States. And by the way, we have nice conversations going with China just to intercede. It's like really very good. But with Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon, and if they have a nuclear weapon, you'll all be very unhappy. You'll all be very unhappy because your life.
Who is leading those trade
will
talks?
Be in great danger. Yeah.
That's deep. All right, of course.
Is the angel mom the president just referenced, Patty Morin, mother of Rachel Morin. Patty, thank you so much for being here. What do you make of your senator, Van Hollen, flying down to El Salvador and having aperitifs with this Kilmar Abrego Garcia character?
It just shows his character. You know a man by the words that he speaks, but also by his actions or lack of actions. And he had no interaction with either Kayla Hamilton and Tammy Nobles, the mom of the girl that was murdered here in Aberdeen. And he's had no interaction with me concerning my daughter Rachel. But yet he uses my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to advocate for a criminal, and a criminal as in He's here illegally, so he's already broken federal law.
And he took photos. Look at the guy he went to see. Looking like a rich soccer league owner. This is the prisoner they're talking about? Yeah, I don't think the person right here is a prisoner.
Being in the country illegally. He's broken state law and violated state law by abusing his wife. And yet the senator, instead of advocating for the victims of horrific, brutal crimes by illegal immigrants,
Look at
he
these
goes to El
beards.
Salvador to advocate for a criminal.
Patty, we've repeatedly asked, and thus far, Van Hollen's office refuses to say who paid for that visit. But look, that's a lot of frequent flyer miles for a guy who's not even a real constituent. And I was going to ask you, and you already answered this, you know, I can't believe that your senator has not reached out. I know he commented the other day, your daughter, God bless, she got a little bit of justice. Her killer was finally convicted, and he issued a statement. But he's never called you. He's never reached out to you or the family.
Nope.
It's outrageous.
No. The only Democrat that has reached out to me is, that was poor English there. I can hear my son saying,
Kamala
Mom,
Harris?
that's not proper grammar. Was Governor Wes Moore. After President Trump reached out, Governor Wes Moore called just to give his condolences. And when I was at the Senate Judiciary hearing that was led by the Democrats, when we first started the hearing, they all gave their condolences. But then that was the last of the conversation for the whole hearing.
Wow. Would you take a call
Towards
from
me.
Van Hollen if he called you now?
I would be gracious and take the call. I don't know that it would make a difference.
Yeah.
I think if he did make the effort to call, it would just be like a political stunt to say he did it.
Patty, I want to play a bite.
Because he's had...
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
I was going to say, because he's had 10 months, almost a year to reach out, and he hasn't. So
That's
if he does it
remarkable.
now, it's like too little, too late.
Yeah, but he's happy to jump on a plane for some guy who's not even a real constituent. But I want to play a bite from another Democrat, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. He wants the court to sanction the Trump White House and set up essentially a government GoFundMe account for Abrego Garcia. Watch this.
Here's a hypothetical result. The judge says this was outrageous, so I'm going to put the government under a civil contempt sanction of $1 million a day until he comes back. So there you go. Add up the millions. Oh, and by the way, I'll consider awarding some of that to the victim if this isn't solved quickly.
Your reaction to that, Patty? They want taxpayers to pay for gang members. What about victim compensation?
Yeah. Personally, our family has not received victim compensations, monetarily wise, but he wants to take my taxpayer money and pay a known illegal immigrant who has broken federal law and state law. He wants to reward them by giving them millions of dollars of American taxpayer money.
That's just wild, man.
And if he does come back here to America, he's been living here illegally for over a decade. He's just going to get sent out of the country again.
Yeah. Patty,
so that is outrageous.
I agree. Patty, the Democratic leader of the House, Hakeem Jeffries, was asked about your appearance at the White House. Watch this.
We deeply sympathize with any American, any individual who has experienced a loss of life of a loved one. But I think it's also important to zoom out and be very clear that violent felons here unlawfully should be deported. At the same period of time, we are going to defend dreamers and farm workers and law-abiding immigrant families.
Your response to that, Patty?
Are those law-abiding dreamers? Are they here legally or illegally? He didn't. He didn't differentiate between the two.
It's a good question. Well,
it
Patty,
should be
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, if they're illegal, which we already know there's at least 20 million in our country over the last few years, 4 years, 20 million that have come here illegally, for the simple fact that it's illegal, that they have violated federal law, they should be deported back to their countries. Yeah. I have so many people. I had someone come up to me today, a husband and a wife, had heard, my testimony and my statement that I made, and they thanked me. They said because of the Democrats allowing all these violent illegal immigrants into the country, the ones that are here legally are suffering because the American people look at all immigrants as bad. And that's not what the White House wants. The White House wants to get rid of the criminals. And the Democrats are, they're just...
It's a ridiculous political hill to die on, I have to say. And we're going to discuss that further. But Patty,
yes.
Our thoughts are with you. God rest Rachel's soul, particularly during this Holy Week as we move toward Easter. And, I pray for consolation for your family and that you'll be comforted in these days.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Why do you Okay, so that is the angel mom who lost a child. And like you heard, this guy hasn't reached out to her, but then he is going to El Salvador to reach out to an illegal migrant. We're not going to say MS-13 now. Let's just say illegal migrants, okay?
Shortly after meeting in Paris.
You can wake up, just stop listening to it. What does that mean? You can wake up just to stop being to spend more time with your family.
European and Ukrainian officials, Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned if Ukraine and Russia don't agree to end the war in the coming days, the United States needs to move on.
We came here yesterday to sort of begin to talk about more specific outlines of what it might take to end the war, to try to figure out very soon, and I'm talking about a matter of days, not a matter of weeks, whether or not this is the war that can be ended. If it can, we're prepared to do whatever we can to facilitate that and make sure that it happens, that it ends in a durable and just way. If it's not possible, if we're so far apart that this is not going to happen, then I think the president's probably at a point where he's going to say, well, we're done.
CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson joins me now. Nick, thank you so much for being here. Have you heard any clarity as to what Rubio means by moving on? And or is it your sense that, obviously you could hear the frustration in his voice, that this is a negotiating tactic?
It certainly does put pressure on all sides, and it's not clear which way he's aiming that pressure. Is it more on Putin, who's been holding out for over a month on an unconditional ceasefire that Ukraine signed up to more than a month ago? There's that. We know that President Trump has talked about his frustrations with Russia and the possibility of putting secondary sanctions and tariffs on Russia. But President Trump's also been very clear that he's frustrated with Vladimir Zelensky and is frustrated with, the minerals deal. Has been frustrated as well by Ukraine's position that it's held. And Zelensky himself appeared to be reacting last night to what Steve Witkoff has been saying, and Zelensky accusing Witkoff of channeling Vladimir Putin and taking his lines, and Zelensky saying that he was not ready to commit to giving up territory that Russia has seized. That's a red line. Is that a pressure that's been happening behind the scenes? Rubio spoke about putting a broad framework to all parties, but again, we're not clear who is getting the maximum pressure. Certainly from the Russian perspective, they hope the pressure's going on Ukraine. Where it goes from here, the next couple of days, as Rubio says, will be critical. There will be, we understand, another round of talks, the same parties getting around the table here in London. And perhaps significant to that, Prime Minister Keir Starmer here just a few hours ago spoke with President Trump.
That is certainly interesting. Nick, thank you so much for that reporting. Appreciate it. I want to now bring in CNN's Alex Marquardt and Kylie Atwood. First, Alex, Rubio's comments. It is noteworthy that he didn't call out Russia or Ukraine. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I mean, the question that Nick was asking, whether it's more pressure on Russia or Ukraine, I mean, certainly he could have put pressure on Russia saying, if you don't go along with this in the next few days, we'll impose more sanctions, we'll impose more tariffs. That is something that Trump has said. I mean, we don't know what Rubio had said in a conversation yesterday with the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. Certainly, there could have been that implication that they would start to use the stick rather than the carrot of concessions that they have made until this point. And certainly, the U.S. is expecting concessions from both sides. So both sides will be feeling this pressure now. I think we could expect to see something from the Russian side, something incremental, because they have shown a willingness to try to get back into Trump's good graces. And let's remember, the Ukrainians have been playing ball. They did agree to that ceasefire 5 weeks ago, while the Russians have added conditions. They said that sanctions need to be lifted. So they've been going along with this. Trump doesn't just want a ceasefire. He wants a full peace deal. And as we know, he's getting very impatient. His special envoy, Keith Kellogg, has talked about a 100-day time frame. That's almost certainly going to run out. But we haven't seen any evidence, at least not today, that the U.S. is ready to flip the script and really put the screws on Russia to try to end this war.
Yeah. And I do want to ask both of you about some new reporting that you have about, we heard Nick talk about Steve Witkoff. He's the president's special envoy. He was at the meeting with Rubio yesterday. A longtime U.S. official told you about Witkoff, quote, very few people outside the White House inner circle have worked with him. He operates as quite a lone ranger. How are we seeing that play out?
Well, just look at his expanding portfolios, right? He first started as the guy for the Middle East, but President Trump, according to sources we've talked to in the White House and close to Witkoff, was impressed with those early wins that he had with the ceasefire and hostage release deal. Of course, many of that teed up by the Biden administration, but he expanded what Witkoff was in charge of. He's now the point person for Russia and the Ukraine war. He's also, of course, the point person for Iran in the last 2 weeks, sitting down with the Iranian foreign minister. And we've gotten a sense of how Witkoff actually prepares for those meetings. He's not looking for these really thick briefing books that typically diplomats would look for, State Department briefings. He looks for impromptu meetings, I'm told, sources close to Witkoff. He looks for his intelligence briefings that he has been getting increasingly so. But it's also that connectivity that he has to Trump, that he really relies on to prepare for these engagements. And that is one of the reasons that you talk to people inside the White House, you talk to people outside the White House. They're now comparing Steve Witkoff to the role that Jared Kushner once played during the first Trump administration. Witkoff is able to text with family members of Trump, I'm told. He has walk-in privileges to the Oval Office. He has all of this access that other members of the Trump administration currently don't necessarily have. There are questions, though, about how effective it's going to be in leading to actual long-lasting deals here.
And Alex, you talked to several officials diplomats, and included in those, who were supportive of that Lone Ranger MO. One said, we know he's talking for Trump, which is what you were saying, so conversations with him are extremely valuable, but you were also reminded that he has a very steep learning curve because he has no diplomatic experience. He's a business person. One veteran diplomat said, on the Russia side, he is up against very experienced diplomats and operators. The concern is that you have someone who is outmatched by his counterparts, and that is not a good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke to people who fall on both sides. I mean, I spoke with one Middle Eastern official who said that Witkoff can be very effective because he has that direct line to Trump, and he is so focused on making these deals. But there are plenty of people who we spoke with before and during this reporting who point to some naivete and a lack of experience when it comes to the technical details. When you look at these three portfolios, Ukraine, Gaza, and Iran, at the end of the day, if you're going to complete these deals, you have to really wade into the weeds and know the technicalities of this. And we have been told that, he wants to get the ball rolling and eventually hand that off. But there are certainly people who fear that he is up against some very formidable officials, namely in Iran and Russia, during these very complex negotiations. And there's another concern that I've heard from a number of people, both European and American officials, is that he does tend to err on the side of Putin's talking points and echo some of those when it comes to perhaps handing over these eastern territories of Ukraine to Russia, not letting Ukraine join NATO. And these talking points, I was told by one U.S. official, it's not just in public, where he said that to Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity, but he's saying that also behind the scenes in senior high-level meetings with Trump officials. And that does give a lot of people pause, certainly the people who would hope that the U.S. would continue to support Ukraine.
Yeah, fascinating reporting. I encourage everyone to look at it in its entirety on CNN.com. Thanks, you both.
All right. Y'all want to keep going? Okay. As usual, they have... Okay, before I go to the next thing, I want to go to this. CNN is saying that kids may be going to immigration court by themselves. Listen to this.
Deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia becomes a flashpoint in the administration's new immigration policies. CNN has new reporting on another impact of Trump's strategy: major funding cuts, which have left many undocumented children to face their deportation proceedings alone. Here's Priscilla Alvarez with the Situation Room special report.
Tuvieron que cruzar la frontera de México con Estados Unidos, ¿verdad? This story time starts at the U.S. southern border. It's a tale for children who crossed into the United States alone and are in government custody. Fulanito, a cartoon cat, is supposed to represent them. The lesson, almost impossible to imagine for a child, how to navigate the U.S. immigration system alone. Un derecho muy importante que Fulanito tiene ahora que está aquí en los Estados Unidos es el derecho de ir a la Corte de Migración.
Evelyn Flores of the Amica Center for Immigrant Rights gives this presentation to kids in custody weekly. And she's not alone. Legal service providers serve a critical role for unaccompanied kids, whether preparing for court or getting ready for school. Now, those lessons are taking on added significance amid concerns that children will be stripped of the very legal services they need.
This image that you share in your storytelling could be all a child has to get through their immigration proceedings.
Yes.
The termination of a federal contract for legal services has left organizations like Amica scrambling, and the thousands of children they and others serve potentially facing deportation proceedings alone. Without attorneys, advocates say, kids don't stand a chance.
The system is just too complicated for a child to succeed alone without an attorney. To ask a 12-year-old to do that without the support of an adult, much less one trained in the complicated world of immigration law, it's just not feasible. It can't happen.
A child's deportation proceeding starts shortly after they cross into the United States, similar to an adult.
I was in a court last summer where a 3-year-old was in proceedings. He played with his toy car in the aisle of the courtroom until he was called, and then a young woman picked him up and brought him to the front of the courtroom. I knew that child knew something dramatic was about to happen. He started crying. He was inconsolable at that point.
Under U.S. law, immigrants don't have a right to counsel at the government's expense, not even children, leaving them to depend on volunteer lawyers or NGOs.
Federal support is everything. Without those monies, we would probably see more like 90% of these kids going through proceedings without counsel.
In March, the Trump administration cut off federally funded legal services for 26,000 unaccompanied children in the United States, prompting lawsuits. A federal judge has since ordered the administration to temporarily restore funding, but to date, that hasn't happened. The uncertainty has led to staff layoffs and disrupted legal services for kids. As the administration cracks down on immigration, experts argue that taking away attorneys will only hurt efforts to get migrant kids to court.
The dinosaur and the unicorn are huge, huge hits.
Organizations who work with migrant children often have to get creative to get the kids to open up. Children often color as they share why they fled their home countries and get acquainted with attorneys.
They get thrown off the walls.
Or they play with stress balls. One group in Michigan even has toy court sets for one-on-one legal screenings with kids.
We'll have toddlers running all over the place, and my staff is explaining to them using toys, crayons, chalkboards, what their rights are in the immigration system. And it's both something that's both very poignant, it's very joyful, but there's also a tremendous sense of gravity to it.
It's a nursery school where the lesson is how to fight your deportation proceedings.
That's exactly right.
Wow, Priscilla, really eye-opening, that reporting. So a judge's order mandated the funding be restored, but that hasn't happened. Is the administration just openly defying the court order here?
Temporarily restored. It was a moment of relief for these many organizations, 89 of them actually, who provide these services, but they haven't seen that money flow through again, which means that they are currently laying off staff. I have spoken with attorneys who are preparing and talking to counsel about withdrawing from cases ethically, cases of young children who they say are going to have to go through this process alone. A process, by the way, Pamela, that is stacked against them. The point of the Department of Homeland Security in these hearings, they are there to make the case that this child should be removed from the country. So what we are talking about here are children sitting on a bench alone, sometimes their feet can't even touch the ground, having to respond to DHS and an immigration judge. I will also note that over the course of this reporting, what we learned is that these children are also being put on expedited dockets. We've seen this before with families. I have never seen it before with children, unaccompanied children, which is to say that now their immigration cases are being sped through the system so that they have to be resolved in a matter of weeks. Sometimes these things take months or years. So if they don't have an attorney, they have to find all the evidence for their case. They have to know how to fill out the forms to at least stand a chance to defend against deportation. So this has been, for all these legal service providers, a really frightening time and one that they have not seen since the TVPRA, that law passed on a bipartisan basis by Congress in 2008.
Wow, eye-opening. Thank you, Priscilla. All right, let's get some more reaction. Now we're joined by Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan. I want your reaction to Priscilla's piece here. How concerned are you by the prospect of thousands of migrant children navigating their deportation proceedings without legal representation now that this funding hasn't been restored yet, despite a judge's order?
Pam, I'm very worried. It's good to see you, but I remember in the previous Trump administration visiting a Christian foster adoption agency here in Michigan that was trying to help these children who had been separated from their parents. And the stories then were horrific. Now, why are these children here? The story I remember from his first term was a mother who had sent her children to live with their grandmother because she was beaten, being threatened. Gangs were raping her. She was trying to earn money to send here, and they got separated and they couldn't find anybody. These children, why are they here? So many of these children are escaping horrific situations. We need to try to help them. I just think that one of the fundamental principles of our Constitution is due process. This is Easter weekend. This is Good Friday. If this isn't a day that we can't think and reflect about how do we help other children when we see someone that is in crisis and needs help, don't we have a moral obligation to be helping them in some way, even if it's returning them to family in another country? They shouldn't be on their own, especially at age 3.
Oh, man.
You talk about due process.
Oh, man. At 3 years old. God, living a kid by themselves. That's just, oh, Jesus.
Brings me to the case of Kilmer Abrego Garcia. A Democratic
That
Senator
ain't
Chris
no
Van
kid.
Hollen was able to finally
That's
get a
not a
face-to-face
child.
meeting with him. The administration admitted that he was wrongly deported to El Salvador. Where do you think this goes from here?
Nowhere.
I don't know where it goes. I'm glad that the senator was able to see him yesterday. There are some in the administration that are trying to play this, that like we care more about immigrants, still accusing him of being a member of a gang, which he has never. As a matter of fact, 4 years ago, they could not find proof. They said,
Girl,
that
please. All right, Trump approval ratings. Let's go.
Supreme Court says it will hear the case on birthright citizenship this May. This is about President Trump's efforts to overturn what has been a right, or seen as a right, for well over 100 years. This is the 14th Amendment. How it has been interpreted in the courts and elsewhere has been that if you are born in the United States, you are an American citizen, regardless of whether your parents are here legally or not. Again, this goes to the court in May. The president says he's excited. He sees this as a chance to get rid of it. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enten, is here. So, this effort to end birthright citizenship.
Yes.
How do Americans feel about it?
Yeah, okay. So a lot of scholars, legal scholars, will say this is a fringy idea. And I think the American public agrees it is a fringy idea. Take a look here, ending birthright citizenship. And keep in mind, this polling specifically asked about for children born to immigrants illegally here. Look at this. Just 41% support, 56% oppose. You rarely get 56% of the country to agree on anything, but on this one, they do agree that ending birthright citizenship, even for children who are here to parents who are born or who are here illegally, they oppose that idea. And keep in mind, I've looked at every single poll on the subject, different question wording. In every single one, the majority oppose. Oftentimes, the opposition number is actually higher than this 56. If anything, this is the low level, at least at this point in time.
Okay, again, to be clear, this is a majority against the president's position on this.
Correct.
How has this changed over time?
Okay, so I want you to take a look right here, right? This is this 41% who support that idea currently. Only about 4 in 10 Americans. Take a look here. This was a stat that I think surprised Mr. Berman. He was surprised by this one. Look, he's shaking his head off on the side. Support ending birthright citizenship. We get 41% now. Look where it was in 2010 during the Tea Party craze, right? 47%. How about in the early 90s? It was a majority who supported it. The number has been going down, down, down on this particular subject, which I think is quite surprising to a lot of folks because there's obviously the anti-immigration fervor in this country seems higher. But on this particular question, support ending birthright citizenship, in fact, we're near record lows on this number, at least over the last 30 years.
To be clear, support for deportation is rising.
Correct.
So this is running in the exact opposite direction of what you might think. Support for ending birthright citizenship is actually going down.
It's exactly right. And when this was one of those things, I kept looking at the polling data. You know, sometimes you get one piece of polling data, then you look at another, and you average it. It's just very clear. It just used to be considerably higher than that 41% right now, which again is at the higher level of the polling that we've actually been looking at.
In a million years, this is never what I would have predicted on this, which is why it's so important to see what the polls are telling us here. How about this issue in terms of being a motivator to get to the polls?
Yeah, okay. So it's not just that only about 4 in 10 Americans support President Trump's position on this. You might also say, okay, but what if it motivates Republicans to go out and vote? Again, this to me was so surprising. Makes you very motivated to vote. Ending birthright citizenship. Just 31% of Republicans. This issue actually motivates Democrats more. 51% say it makes them very motivated to vote. This is just from top to bottom a political loser for Donald Trump and Republicans. They may like his stance on immigration overall, but on this particular question of ending birthright citizenship, even the children who are here from parents who are here illegally, it is a political loser. The majority oppose it, and Democrats become quite motivated to vote, considerably more so than Republicans.
Again, so interesting given that the White House thinks it is winning the political battle right now in issues involving deportations about Abrego Garcia and others. This I know is a separate issue, but again, this is a political battle they're not winning.
This is exactly right. This is a political battle they're not winning. Democrats are winning this political battle, and if I were advising the Donald Trump White House, I'd say stick to other issues on immigration, not this one, because this one, as I said, is a political loser.
Harry Enten.
That's why you ain't advising the Trump administration, bro.
Education, thank you very much.
Thank you.
In our Law and Justice lead, more on that move by the U.S. Supreme Court, which agreed to hear oral arguments next month, May, on whether the Trump administration can take steps to try to enforce its executive order to end what's called birthright citizenship. While the legal fight over the plan continues, the U.S. Supreme Court will consider whether lower court judges had the authority to put that executive order on hold across the entire country. So let's talk about this with CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed and CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. And Paul, the Supreme Court did not agree to Trump's request that would have allowed him to start enforcing his birthright citizenship plan right now. But it does seem significant that they're hearing this argument on whether or not the lower court even has the authority to pause his executive order.
This is huge because we've seen this tension between the White House and the judiciary building, and nothing vexes President Trump more than the fact that lower court judges a single judge can block his policy for the entire country. Now, he's not the only one this happens to. All modern presidents have faced this. It frustrates all of them. But look, no one has had more policies blocked than Trump because he's issued a record number of executive orders and he plays at the edges of constitutional power. Now, the argument in favor of allowing judges to do this is that you have one policy governing the entire country, and the policies can be paused while they are vetted for whether they're constitutionally valid. And I think it's so interesting that what brings this issue to the Supreme Court is birthright citizenship, because for all the bravado the Trump legal team has about how their policies are going to be upheld by the Supreme Court, this is the one where they sort of tell me, we're not sure we're going to win. So it's interesting. It's become like a Trojan horse to get this bigger issue of the power of judges before the high court.
Yeah, and as you note, this is an issue that has that Biden had to grapple with, that Obama had to grapple with, but like you say, Trump's had to grapple with it more than others, the power of one judge to block something all over the country. Ellie, what would happen if the U.S. Supreme Court actually said district court judges don't have the ability to make this type of sweeping decision, blocking an individual law all over the country, not just in their district?
Well, Jake, I think it's quite possible that the Supreme Court could say just that. As you've said, this is an issue that's come up over the last several presidencies, and I think there's a perfectly valid legal question there about how can a single district court judge, unelected, dictate policy for the entire country. If that were to play out here, though, we might see the downside of that, which is a lack of uniformity. Let's take birthright citizenship. How can it be the case, hypothetically, that a person born in the Western District of Pennsylvania perhaps is not a citizen, but a person born under the same circumstances in the District of New Jersey would be a citizen? And I think the ultimate solution there has to fall to Congress, where they'd have to look at laws that would expedite these types of cases, get them up to the Supreme Court as quickly as possible. And it's worth noting the House actually just passed a resolution along these lines just a couple weeks ago. It was a straight party line. Republicans were for it, Democrats were against it. But as a rule, whichever party is in the White House hates these injunctions, whichever party is on the other side tends to favor them.
The justices just agreeing to hear arguments over President Trump's plan to end birthright citizenship.
CNN's chief Supreme Court analyst Joan Biskupic is joining us now with the details. So they're going to hear this. I guess the question then will be, when will we learn what they feel about that after the hearing?
Good to see you, Erica and Boris. This is very big news. This is the first time that the Supreme Court is taking up anything related to Donald Trump's new initiative since he became president on January 20th. And on January 20th, one of his executive orders was the one lifting birthright citizenship for certain temporary residents, people who are here unlawfully, all countering what is in the 14th Amendment that says that anyone born or naturalized here in the U.S. essentially is a citizen. Now, I should tell you that immediately after Donald Trump signed that, immigration rights groups, civil libertarians, and states sued to try to block his new order. And they won in lower courts. Judges immediately blocked Donald Trump's attempt to enforce this limit on birthright citizenship. One judge even calling it blatantly unconstitutional. And as the Trump administration has come to the Supreme Court, it's not saying rule immediately on the constitutionality of what Donald Trump has done. Rather, it's saying rule on whether these judges can outright block it. So it's come up here on what the Trump administration has said is a, quote, modest request. But at the core of all this is this whole question of birthright citizenship. But the justices might instead just go narrowly on the procedural question of whether judges can so immediately block it nationwide. If they rule for the Trump administration, it would allow him to start putting into place this new plan. But if they block the Trump administration, then everything will stay the same. That the 14th Amendment, which says that anyone born or naturalized here essentially becomes a citizen, that will stay in place. As you can see, the central interest here goes to, one of American equality and identity, but we've kind of got a little bit of a chance for the justices possibly to take an off-ramp. But it's still big news that they even agreed to hear this case in any form on May 15th, scheduling rare May arguments. They normally finish their session for oral arguments at the end of April. And to go to Erica's question about when would we get an answer on this, it would likely be at the end of June or early July when they finish their this annual session. But as I say, the initial question that they will be hearing from the Trump administration is just the power of these lower court judges to block his effort to enforce this rather than the pure constitutionality of whether Donald Trump can roll back more than a century of understanding about the protections of the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship here in America.
Birthright citizen situation is really tricky. And of course, the OG wants it to be that you have to be a citizen that has a child here for your child to become a citizen as well. You're not just going to cross the border and then you have a baby, automatically your child becomes a United States citizen. It's saying no. It's saying your parent have to be a legal green card holder or a citizen for you to become a United States citizen. It's a tricky move, but this is something he also has spoken about for a long time. And most people support it.
Have you spoken to him directly, to President Xi?
I don't want to say that. It's just not appropriate.
But you're speaking. Sorry. Has he called you directly, President Xi, or reached out to try to facilitate a conversation?
Well, you'd think it was pretty obvious that he has, but we will talk about that soon. It's not that important because, honestly, we're going to have a deal. I believe we're going to have a deal with China. And if we don't, we're going to have a deal anyway because we're going to set a certain target and that's going to be it.
So you hear it there, President Trump touting progress in China trade talks. Trump says most of his tariff deals could be reached within the next month or so. So could this mean finally an end to the back and forth with Beijing? Grady Trimble from Fox Business is live at the White House with the latest on this. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Bill, if President Trump gets his way, some of these deals could be closed sooner than some people might think. He says in the next 3 to 4 weeks. You heard him there. He's even optimistic about a potential agreement with China coming down the pike in the not too distant future. As you heard, he wouldn't say whether he's been speaking directly with President Xi of China, but he says he's been speaking with top officials in Beijing, which he views as one and the same. We do know he met yesterday with the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. He says that meeting was fantastic and thinks the U.S. can reach a broader trade agreement with the European Union before the 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs expires.
Oh, there'll be a trade deal, 100%. Oh, well, you think there won't be? Of course there'll be a trade deal. Very much. They want to make one very, very much, and we're going to make a trade deal. I fully expect it, but it'll be a fair deal.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's helping lead trade negotiations, says the U.S. is prioritizing talks with countries that have the largest economies.
Max.
We've got a process in place. We're working on the big 15 economies first. We had a fantastic meeting with Japan yesterday. I believe there have been calls with the EU already. And then we have South Korea coming in next week. And I believe India is also talking, or that's moving very quickly.
So no trade deals to announce just yet, but the president says that the White House and Ukraine are getting closer to a minerals deal. You remember that deal kind of blew up when Zelensky visited the White House not long ago, but now it looks like they might have pen to paper potentially by next Thursday. Bill?
And the stock market would certainly appreciate any of these coming deals. Grady Trimble live at the White House for us. Grady, thanks.
How about we bring in a friend and Fox News contributor, Michael Pillsbury. He's a Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow for China Strategy. His great book, The 100-Year Marathon. And you're joining us now. Thank you so much. This headline caught our attention. This is the Wall Street Journal. U.S. plans to use tariff negotiations to isolate China. But China's not waiting. President Xi has been out trying to negotiate to see if they can figure out a way to isolate the United States.
Impossible.
Well, I think that's right. In many ways, to use words that President Trump has used, what's at stake here is sort of the deal of the century. To two largest economies, by far, a lot of the world's global growth rate, as they call it, depends on both the U.S. and China having a successful trade relationship. Everybody sort of knows by now, and the Chinese sometimes admit it, they've been ripping us off for at least 30 years. So what I was focused on, to answer your question, Dana, is the way President Trump yesterday defined two different possible deals. Either one would reduce the uncertainty of Wall Street and the Dow Jones average.
Michael, could I jump in and play that for everyone and then get you to react to him? So this is President Trump in his own words. Okay, listen here.
Well, at a certain point, I don't want them to go higher because at a certain point, you make it where people don't buy. So I may not want to go higher, or I may not want to even go up to that level. I may want to go to less because, you want people to buy. And at a certain point, people aren't going to buy. And it's actually up to 145% because you have the 20.
Okay, so I think that's what you were getting at.
Yes, he could either stick with a sort of a permanent average tariff of 150% on all the Chinese products coming into America, which will really decrease, I think, their overall sales, hurt their economy. So China spies, they have a massive espionage service. We really admire some of the ruthless things they do around the world, the MSS. The MSS now is targeted at finding out what exactly is this number that Mr. Trump would settle for. Is it 200%, 100%? One thing they're doing also, Dana, they're watching the deals that Scott is making with each other country. And they want to see what is the concession they'd have to make the same kind of deal. They don't want to be first. They want to wait for, like, say, the first 5 or 10 countries and then see what that deal is and maybe take it. President Trump seems to be saying either way. I'm either going to punish you with really hard tariffs. You'll wish you'd made a deal, or we're going to make a deal once we agree on the numbers. The other problem on the side, you also know very well, Dana, is what to do with the 2020 agreement, which the Chinese largely did not honor. Some things they did honor. So that's one of President Trump's executive orders. He wants his team to tell him exactly what should we try to continue and enforce from our agreement 5 years ago, and what should we just forget. So these are really tough talks.
They are.
President wants to be very secretive about it. You notice he's very secretive, but there's a huge amount at stake.
He holds his cards close to his chest. I did want to get a bigger picture comment from you about this. The CIA director had an internal memo. This is John Ratcliffe. He said this: for CIA to continue successfully defending our nation, we will build upon our strong foundation and pursue with laser-like focus the near-term priorities for CIA that our president and our country demand. China sits at the very top of that list because there is tariffs, and then there's also a lot of the other things like Taiwan, the South China Sea, and on and on.
No, if the CIA document is real and true, it's wonderful news because it means the new CIA director is recognizing shortcomings in the past, and he's really telegraphing to the CIA team, we've got to help President Trump more on understanding how China thinks, what China's moves are. I'll give you an example, Dana. Chinese keep offering to help us with the Ukrainian peace plan. But if that is insincere or just a trick, the president needs to be told the Chinese won't help you in the Ukraine. If they will help us, then we need to meet with them and discuss what they could do to help put pressure on Russia and Putin. So you see some of the issues CIA could really help with if they took China more seriously. I wish they would.
Michael Pillsbury, if anybody watching wants to learn more, Michael Pillsbury's book is the one to read. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 3:14 a.m. and today's date is the 19th of April 2025. Yesterday was Easter Friday. Good Friday. Thank you guys for tuning in. God bless you. And with that being said, shout out to C. Shelly. Shout out to Mr. Busky for sure. Shout out to everybody who tuned in, man. You guys are the best. Thank you for tuning in. Ooh. C. Shelly just C. Shelley. Thank you. Thank you, C. Shelley. All right. I was gonna say, you want to keep going, but we gotta keep going. I was gonna say, you want to keep going, but yeah, it looks like we gonna keep going. Okay, here we go. Okay, Katy Perry, of course. Katy Perry and the other lady, Gail King. They're saying they're astronaut right now. They're astronauts now. Listen to this.
That means it's time for Friday Follies. For that, we're joined by actor, comedian, and author of the new book, Average Joe, My Pal. Comedian and author of the new book, Average Joe, My Pal, Joe.
Jeez.
Cleveland, Joe. I mean, now one fast food chain has jumped into the mix, responding with this X post. Katy Perry wrote, Katy Perry just returned from space. Wendy posted, Wendy's, the fast food chain. Yeah. Can we send her back?
Oh!
Now Wendy's is refusing to apologize for the post, despite the backlash. A spokesman said, at Wendy's, they said, we always bring a little spice to our socials, but Wendy's has a ton of respect for Katy Perry and her out-of-the-world talent. Respect aside, Joe, why is the little redheaded girl getting so angry about
I don't
Katy
know.
Perry?
I thought it was great. Am I going to get into trouble now? They're really going after those girls. I thought it was nice. Father of 3 daughters, women power. They go up in space. Where they really in space, we don't know.
Is that all it takes?
My favorite, I said it was great. My favorite moment, the door that they accidentally opened.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
great. They opened the door, and then Jeff Bezos comes over and goes
with the
I got
latch.
it. Yeah. But I mean, really, I know I'm an older guy. If you date younger, how cool is it to say, to your fiance, hey, you want to go to space, baby?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that was about.
I
That's what
guess.
that was about.
But boy, Wendy's getting frosty. That's all I'll say. While the astronauts are trying to boost their celebrity, actor Rob Lowe was just misidentified by a Hollywood tour guide. Did you see this, Joe?
No. I didn't see it.
This is John Stamos. He looks like him.
Okay, guys, am I John Stamos? No! Who am I? Dude, you gotta get better. You gotta get better at your job.
You got to get better at your job. Have you ever been misidentified for another celebrity?
Many times. One couple went by me in the airport, and the guy stops. He goes, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it, honey, look, it's Joe Pesci. Look, it's Joe Pesci." So when that happens, you got to be respectful to the person that they're misidentifying. So I said, "Did you like me in Goodfellas? That was great. I make you laugh like a clown. I make you laugh like that. Joe Pesci." And it happens all the time.
Now, wait, there's another mistaken identity with Joe Piscopo. This week, Jake Tapper interviewed George Clooney, who's on Broadway, and suddenly the internet was alive with this meme asking, is Clooney playing Joe Piscopo in an upcoming biopic? The secret is safe with us. Is that happening?
No, but I'll tell you what, I never in my life been mistaken for George Clooney, and I'll take it. I don't know, like him or not, I'll take it. Are you kidding me? I'll take it. Usually it's more like Bozo the Clown or something like that. So I love this. This is great.
No Dana Carvey.
No.
Are you Dana Carvey? Joe, earlier today, MSNBC was discussing a possible 2028 run for Kamala Harris. When this perfect moment was caught on camera.
She does run in California. Do you think she clears the Democratic field if she announces? And I like your cat. That's good.
Thank you so much. I know Katie Porter is running right now in California. I think there's some strong contenders there already. And I think that that's honestly what she's thinking about as well, right? I think there's a lot of energy in the party. And I think we are going to need a strong showing in 26 and a strong showing in 2028.
Joe, is this a...
Okay. This is what J.D. Vance was talking about when it said cat ladies, okay? I didn't say it. J.D. Vance said it. It said cat ladies, liberals, have so many cat ladies. Now, no offense to the cat ladies, okay?
Omen for Kamala Harris.
It is.
This is like the cat that used to show up in The Sopranos. Remember, every time somebody was dying, the cat showed up?
It's so true. That kind of just was a political note for her not to run again. Please. I mean, they can't get a break. Hey, by the way, can I plug to President Trump on my radio show, if I may, Raymond, my dear friend, AM 970 on Monday morning. He had such a busy day yesterday, kind enough to call. And to your thing with Pastor Graham, brilliant. And thank you for doing that, man.
Well, I'm delighted. I'm delighted you came out and that you're still swinging, singing, and writing, and out there. And
I signed a book for you.
Oh, Average Joe, thank you.
Signed it
I will
personally
treasure
to you.
It's a great read. I've read part of it.
So true. And I have look. I know you got to go.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting gifts. How did this turn
because
into a gift
only Ray Royal would enjoy it.
It's Easter.
I love you. We're
Christmas.
Catholic. It's Easter.
Oh, look
it's Good
at you.
Friday.
Thank you.
That's the Blessed Mother
and the Sacred
with Jesus.
Heart. I need all the prayer I can.
Oh, God. That was fun. What we got?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle. Thank you, as always, for spending some time with us. Trump's first 3 months. That's the focus of tonight's angle. As Democrats struggle to stand for anything uplifting or hopeful, I thought today, Holy Thursday, was a good time for a quick perspective check on what Donald Trump and his team have accomplished in 3 short months in office. Now, even as his agenda is hit relentlessly by lawfare, President Trump has already undone many of Biden's most destructive actions, and he's begun common sense changes in our fiscal affairs and our foreign policy. Of course, he's got to overcome not just the media and usual political opposition, but the global elites who've made billions off the 20-year beatdown of the American middle class. But the progress thus far is impressive. First, the border. Now, this is President Trump's most important accomplishment. Crossings are down from Biden's obscene high of 9,741 a day back in December of 2023. Remember those caravans? To now, Trump's 355 a day just last month. That's stunning. But wait a second. Wait. I thought a border crackdown wasn't possible.
We now need Congress to do their part and act. Our immigration system is outdated and broken and has been in need of reform for literally decades.
No, Alejandro, you're outdated. Now, to use Biden's favorite word, all of what he said was malarkey. They broke it, Trump fixed it. As of a few days ago, there were 47,928 illegals in detention. But as far as the mass deportations that Donald Trump promised, well, they've got a long, long way to go. ICE deported only about 11,000 migrants back in February and just over 12,300 in March. That's not nothing. But again, you got millions here. But now they're urging migrants to self-deport, and Trump's willing to pay them to leave.
We're going to give them a stipend. We're going to give them some money and a plane ticket. And then we're going to work with them. If they're good, if we want them back in, we're going to work with them to get them back in as quickly as we can.
I don't need them back in. While Trump's deporting more criminal aliens and gangbangers than Biden ever did, Democrats, they're fighting to keep them here.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Our goal was very simple today, which was to check on the health and well-being of Gilmartin.
What about the homeless veterans? What about the single moms who need attention? What about people who have mental health in the United States? What about the issues inside the United States? I do not have any issues with helping any other, country or foreign entity. My thing here is America has its own issues. America has its own problems. So why wouldn't you use your energy that you're using to fly to El Salvador? Why can't you deploy that energy to fixing stuff inside the homeland? Like, how hard can that be?
Whoa. When is the last time Chris Van Hollen, who wants to be your next president, by the way, when's the last time he checked on the Warren family's well-being? It's totally insane, especially when you consider that the public is giving Trump very positive marks on the immigration issue.
Deport all undocumented immigrants. Voters favoring the government trying to deport all 11 million of them. Back in 2016, just 38% of voters wanted the government to try to deport all 11 million undocumented immigrants. Compared to where we are in 2025, 56%, the majority. The American people have come a long way on this issue, much closer to Donald Trump.
And number two in the success is exposing and cutting government waste. This is a big one. Of course, with the help of DOGE and an all-of-government approach, President Trump has exposed the holy grail, which is bureaucratic waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, while spending in these agencies is often done in secret, the cost savings now, thanks to Elon Musk, is transparent. Now, from the DOGE website, you can track it. And so far, $155 billion saved, or $962 per taxpayer. Not bad at all. Now, just this week alone, billions were saved at Treasury with zero disruption to any IRS ops. And over at State, they've canceled 139 wasteful grants worth $215 million. Rubio is right when he tweeted that the American taxpayers should not be funding misguided programs like building the migrant domestic worker-led movement in Lebanon, or get the trolls out in the United Kingdom. That's a disinformation, anti-disinformation campaign. These are total scams, and they're all giveaways to the left. And what about what Trump's done for women's sports and privacy? Well, this was one of my favorite moments of Trump 2.0.
Watch what I do, and then I'm going to give you some pens, okay? Are you ready? What a nice picture this is, huh, Governor? You ready? We'll do a good job. Wait, let me press that.
Let me press that.
I want to make this a really good signature.
It's so cool.
His executive order banning biological men from girls and women's sports.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just common sense. And his view on the matter is overwhelmingly popular.
Thanks.
But since Democrats suffer from trans mania, they're rushing to court to challenge Trump's order. It's another stupid political move by them.
It's
of
good.
course, also Trump promised to rebalance our trade relationships and revive American manufacturing. Now, this is a third success, and it is a success, although it's early, and it's among the trickiest, toughest items on his agenda. And he faces not just court challenges, but howls from Wall Street and warnings, from the Fed chair. More on him later. But the White House has gotten little credit for cooling inflation because the same experts who blew off concerns about real inflation during Biden's spendapaloozas are now predicting doom. You know what I say to that? Consider the source. So the White House needs to substantively refute these doomsdayers. It's obvious that they're trying to hurt Trump and derail the tariffs by spooking the markets. There's zero consideration. Zero is being given to the billions being invested here now because of Trump from foreign sources and other manufacturing that's obviously going to boost our GDP. Today, Donald Trump met with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and both were upbeat.
I'm here exactly to work for make the West stronger. For I believe in the West unity, and I think simply we have to talk and find ourselves in the best middle way to grow together. That's why I'm here.
Oh, who doesn't love her? They're going to be talking to the Japanese next week. Now, the president knows America's leverage, our market, is huge. It's the biggest. And he intends to use our leverage. And he's optimistic about future deals, including one with China.
There'll be a trade deal, 100%. They want to make one very, very much, and we're going to make a trade deal. I fully expect it, but it'll be a fair deal.
Well, isn't this what we want from an American president? Someone actually interested in getting the best deal for American workers, American businesses, forcing other countries to play fair with our exports, and protecting, of course, our essential industries. This is just common sense. No American president should have ever allowed us to become dependent on hostile countries for critical resources. It is literally nutso. Trump's the only one willing to take on the global chorus of the critics and to put his entire political legacy on the line. Now the rollout maybe could have been handled a little bit more smoothly. Okay. Are certain administration spokesmen on this matter better than others? Yes. Scott Bessent is the clearest, most convincing voice on President Trump's team. But look, none of this is easy. But on every front, Trump is moving as fast as he can. He's getting hostages released. He's boxing China out of the Panama Canal and opening the conversation on Greenland. Still, they're only 3 months in. And the war in Ukraine has not ended. Hamas is still holding some hostages. And the Iran nuclear threat still looms. But compare all of this to the damage Biden was doing to America during his first 3 months. He reinstated COVID travel restrictions, ended Trump's immigration enforcement, and expanded refugee programs. He ordered the Census Bureau to count illegals. Oh, and he established a White House Gender Policy Council. Of course, I could go on and on. But now it's up to Republicans in Congress. Senator Thune, Speaker Johnson. I mean, guys, you can take fewer breaks, right? That would help. Demand members stay in session. Enact real spending cuts, not with fake budget tricks. A middle-class tax cut. Support, don't thwart the president's efforts to rebalance trade. Trump's doing his part and then some. It's time to do yours. 3 months in. We'll check back in 6 months. And that's the angle.
Democrats' phones are ringing off the hook. They're all asking each other, have you seen him? Are you going? If you are, when? Democrats all want to meet Kilmar Garcia, a verified member of MS-13 who broke into our country and then beat up his wife. And the beating's on video, she claims. One Democrat tells Axios, we got 24/7 calls on it this week, more than any other topic. That means Democrats aren't calling senators about tariffs, Signalgate, or egg prices. All they want to do is empty a mega prison into Maryland. Senator Van Hollen's getting a little lonely in El Salvador. He's the only one who's ever tried to break into a prison.
Today's purpose was just to see what his health condition is. And these soldiers were ordered to prevent us from going any farther from this spot. I understand we're about 3 kilometers now from CCOT. And as you can see, they're letting other cars go by, but they stopped us because they're under orders not to allow us to proceed.
An MS-13 terrorist whose wife says he punches her in the face, and our politicians fly 3,000 miles to check on his health. Who cares? Has Van Hollen ever cared this much about an American? Has he ever gone this far for anyone? Ladies, get a guy who cares about you the way Van Hollen cares about MS-13.
Facts.
Van Hollen wouldn't even stand up for black kids with cancer. He walked out of Trump's State of the Union. Van Hollen voted against the Laken Riley Act. And now the esteemed senator from Maryland is demanding a caravan of Democrats descend into El Salvador and break an illegal out of prison like he's Nelson Mandela.
I may be the first member of Congress here, the first senator, but I can assure you more will be coming. And you cannot continue to keep this man locked up in this worst prison in El Salvador and one of the worst in the hemisphere.
Spartacus is booking a first-class flight. And Tampon says if you don't fight for MS-13 rights, you're next.
Tampon.
This whole thing with Mr. Abreu Garcia, it's that old wisdom and terrifying is if you're not speaking up for this man, there will be no one left to speak up for you.
Tampon wants Trump behind bars and MS-13 walking free. MSNBC thinks Garcia is a political prisoner and wants Democrats outside the mega prison around the clock.
The Democrats should have someone on the ground in El Salvador every day until Kilmar Abreu Garcia is sent home. They need to start thinking about doing things that are more disruptive, things that are different. And I think that kind of creativity is necessary in a moment like this, where the old tactics and the old strategies that have not served the party particularly well recently, they need to be abandoned in favor of something new and more disruptive and more guerrilla style than what we're used to.
Martha Stewart's got to be like, I was in prison. No one visited me. And I'm an American. Minnie Madoff bought the midterms for the Democrats. He went to jail. Not a single Democrat checked in on his health condition. He didn't even get a conjugal visit. Democrats just stepped in the biggest booby trap since the Jussie Smollett hoax. One Democrat screaming, Trump is setting a trap for us. Maybe that doesn't matter in a Democrat plus 30 district, but you're not going to see any frontliners down in El Salvador. The president of El Salvador should open the prison and let Democrats visit. Let them take photos with Garcia. It'll be in every Republican attack ad next year. Maryland residents have seen enough. They're telling Democrats, abort the mission. One Maryland congressman says, I'll be candid. I've got people in my district who would be okay with sending these guys out. MSNBC says these gang members should sue Trump for slander.
Many of these people are being defamed by Trump TV, defamed by the president, defamed by Pam Bondi, defamed and being labeled things that they may not be. And in the case of Abrego Garcia, they're taking a baseball hat, and saying he's a terrorist because he's wearing a baseball hat. Who's crazy?
Trump can't call an illegal alien gang member MS-13, but Meekin can call Trump a Nazi? Okay. Nazi young Sheldon Whitehouse says we should pay MS-13 damages.
The judge says this was outrageous. What you've done violated an existing court order. It lied to me. You've dissembled to the court. You violated your oaths as lawyers, and you put this person in terribly grave peril. So I'm going to put the government under a civil contempt sanction of $1 million a day until he comes back. So there you go. Add up the millions. Oh, and by the way, I'll consider awarding some of that to the victim if this isn't solved.
Every illegal heard that and said, can you please wrongfully deport me too? Garcia fits right in down there. Have you seen his tats?
I talked to an MS-13 expert today who also showed me pictures of his hand where he says absolutely the tattoo in one of his hands was absolutely an MS-13 gang tattoo, nothing questionable about it. 2 judges said he's an MS-13 member. ICE says he's an MS-13 member. Intelligence community says he's an MS-13 member. El Salvador says he's an MS-13 member.
Garcia was arrested in a gang sweep in connection to a murder investigation in a frequent gang.
Tom Homan, man, that man right there, he never disappoints. Now, look, the legend says his face looks like the border wall. That's what the legend has been saying. The legend on the street, okay? The legend says his face looks like the border wall, okay?
Area with 3 active members of MS-13. Informants told police Garcia was an active member of MS-13 with the Westerns clique. And when they scooped him up this year, they showed him photos of him on camera with other members of MS-13. You don't think police did surveillance before they picked him up? Wait until those pictures come out. Police say there's no doubt.
You've looked at the evidence. Are you convinced, as the White House says, he's an MS-13 member?
Oh, 1,000%. Yes, indeed. 1,000%.
1,000.
No doubt. Not only that, he's no doubt. And he's a domestic violence abuser. Kudos on the Trump administration for removing a criminal. Horrible on Senator Van Hollen for wanting to bring him back.
Not only was he gang-tied and interrogated over human and drug smuggling, in 2022, Homeland Security said he was a suspect in a human trafficking incident after he was pulled over with 8 other individuals in the vehicle. This is in Tennessee. Garcia told police he was driving for 3 days from Texas to Maryland, but there was no luggage in the car. He said he was just bringing in people to perform construction work. Texas to Maryland, kind of a long commute to work. Garcia was driving on an expired driver's license in someone else's car. Cops asked him, whose car is it? Garcia said, my boss, in construction. Police asked the passengers their addresses, and they all gave Garcia's address. But Garcia lived in Maryland, and they were coming from Texas. When cops asked everybody to write down their names, the officer couldn't read their handwriting because they just scribbled chicken scratch. But cops just let Garcia off with a warning for driving on an expired license, which is weird because he was flagged on a transnational organized crime watch list. Yeah, Democrats' favorite political prisoner is on a transnational organized crime watch list. Why would police let a guy like that, who's on a watch list, off on a warning when he's obviously caught red-handed human trafficking? Unless this came down from an order from above, Tennessee Highway Patrol has some explaining to do. And Primetime FOIA'd the body cam, so stay tuned. Legendary Democrat strategist James Carville, who's lost his marbles, says, forget ordinary people. Democrats should go to bat for foreign traffickers.
People say, well, should we really fight on this turf, or should we fight more on ordinary people? And this we should fight on. You can't pivot to an economic issue. Wait a minute. This is why we think we are a country. There's real wisdom in it. And history has taught us that. And first they came for him, and then we're going to say no right there. We got to keep fighting this. I think this is worthy of being on the top agenda of things that we're going to fight over, is get this guy back home.
Get this guy back home? He is home. And even in the small chance he ever gets out of prison and sets foot on U.S. soil, he's being immediately deported. If Democrats actually cared about the law like they say they do, they wouldn't make a guy their poster child who broke it repeatedly. Hillary's saying, see, I told you Trump's a dictator. Quote, before the election, I warned that there is no safe haven under authoritarianism. If they can ship Kilmar Abrego Garcia to a foreign prison accused of no crime with no trial, they can do it to anyone. Pocahontas says, you're next.
Why are they doing this?
Right.
And the answer is they want to have the American people say it's okay to just disappear people. We do not disappear people in the United States. Because here's the thing. If they can disappear Mr. Abrego Garcia, then they can disappear you.
If they can deport an illegal alien MS-13 human trafficker accused of beating his wife twice, they can deport you. You're next. That's the slipperiest slope we've ever seen.
Okay, so this is the file. This is the file on Kilmar Abrego Garcia oh, great. Oh, man. You guys can't see this, can you? I don't know if you can. But this is on Homeland Security website. That is Kilmar Abrego in the car. And it says here, I don't know if you can read it, but it says here, this is like a report on this guy. It says here, synopsis. Abrego Garcia is suspected of labor/human trafficking. This is the Department of Homeland Security, ladies and gentlemen. Because somebody said, where's the proof? Yeah, they got the proof. So on December 1st, 2022, the Combined Intelligence Unit, I can't really see this, received information that Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia was queried in NTIC by the Tennessee Highway Patrol. DHS sources indicates that Abrego was identified through official law enforcement investigations as a member of the Mara Salvatrucha MS-13. If that's, okay. It says on immigration. This is this file right here. Okay, this is public. Okay, this right here is public, so you can actually go on the Homeland Security website and see this yourself. So immigration/criminal history. It says on the 10th of October 2019, IJ issued written decision granting withholding of removal. So, Party Prince George County Police Gang Unit Abrego Garcia was validated as a member of the Mara Salvatrucha MS-13 gang. Subject was identified as a member MS-13. Oh yeah, even that he had a nickname Chiku from the Western Clique. Okay, here's this file. Some of this are redacted for sure, but here's this file of people saying, well, what's the proof? Here go the proof. Okay. That is the proof. With that being said, let's go back to business. Where we at? All right.
Strategy. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
A Maryland attire during a gang sweep of known gang members as a part of a murder investigation and being questioned in relation to drug and human trafficking and being accused of domestic violence twice with video evidence. Democrats have made Kilmar Garcia their handpicked poster child, an innocent victim of Trump's mass deportations. They couldn't have picked a worse guy if they tried. This is the Maryland dad, a Maryland senator, flew to El Salvador to rescue from prison. When Donald Trump was sworn into office, he designated MS-13 a terrorist organization. And terrorists aren't bound by deportation restrictions, meaning the judge's restrictions on deporting Garcia to his home country of El Salvador vacated. So ICE picked Garcia up, put him on a plane, and sent him home. Now, Garcia's lawyers are arguing the Trump administration should have reopened his immigration case in Maryland, petitioned the judge to lift the El Salvador restriction order, which the judge would have done because he's now a designated terrorist, and then fly him back to El Salvador. They're arguing over clerical issues, paperwork. The Trump administration is arguing this is a national security situation. If every MS-13 member goes through their own hearing, we'll never get these guys out of here. That's the argument. This is just common sense. Pick them up and send them home.
Allow me to introduce you to the new face of hypocrisy, hysteria, feigned moral outrage inside the Democratic Party. That would be Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen. Now, when Joe Biden allowed an estimated, 12+ million unvetted illegal immigrants to pour into our country, including known terrorists, murderers, rapists, cartel members, gang members, Van Hollen did nothing and he said nothing. When Maryland, a mother of 5, Rachel Morin, was raped brutally, murdered brutally by an illegal immigrant from El Salvador on a Maryland hiking trail, Van Hollen could only be bothered to release a short written statement to a news outlet. When 20-year-old Maryland woman Kayla Hamilton was raped and murdered in her own Maryland home by another illegal immigrant from El Salvador, Chris Van Hollen expressed zero public outrage. But now that a citizen from El Salvador, not Maryland, who entered our country illegally and was accused of assaulting his own wife and accused of our own federal government under 2 administrations of violent gang activity, now that this illegal immigrant has been deported back to his home, all of a sudden, Chris Van Hollen is all up in arms. He has found his voice. He is outraged. In the past 48 hours, Van Hollen has rushed in front of every microphone, every camera he could find, giving one impassioned plea after another, vowing to rescue and bring back to America this illegal immigrant that got deported. And today, Chris Van Hollen flew to El Salvador for the dumbest, most pointless political stunt in recent history. We'll let you decide. Take a look.
I'm here at the airport. I'm about to board my flight for San Salvador. The goal of this mission is to let the Trump administration, to let the government of El Salvador know that we are going to keep fighting to bring Abrego Garcia home. I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. As I've said before, the goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And I won't stop trying, and I can assure the president, the vice president, that I may be the first United States senator to visit El Salvador on this issue, but there will be more, and there will be more members of Congress coming.
No, they ain't coming. No, bro. No. Okay. You are an American. Your first responsibility, being a senator, is Americans first. What do you mean? I mean, El Salvador. What are you doing in El Salvador, bro?
I tend to doubt it, but by the way, if he is successful, maybe he can invite him to live with him. It's no surprise Van Hollen left empty-handed. He couldn't even get a phone call with this illegal immigrant, much less secure his release from an El Salvador jail. But Chris Van Hollen is still vowing to, quote, bring him home. Good luck with that. Now, Chris, he is home. He is not a Maryland man like you and every other Democrat and everyone in the state-run legacy media mob is claiming. He's not an American. He's not your constituent. He was not in our country legally, according to a report, John Solomon. He even admitted to police that he entered our country illegally. In other words, you're a lawmaker, right? Didn't follow our laws, didn't respect our borders or our sovereignty. He had no right to be here. And you know who should still be here, safe and sound, in your state of Maryland? That would be Kayla Hamilton and Rachel Morin. But you didn't lift a finger for Rachel or her family or anyone in your state or anyone in this country to protect them from the likes of those illegals that murdered them or are involved with them. And Chris Van Hollen, well, couldn't be bothered with their safety and security. To be honest, he's barely said anything at all about these two victims of illegal immigration. He might not even know who they are. Chris Van Hollen is a disgrace to the entire state of Maryland. Frankly, to the entire country. You know, this performative art is just a joke. He's lying. He's grandstanding. It's frankly repulsive. He should be ashamed of himself. Better yet, maybe he should take some time and listen to Rachel Morin's mother and reevaluate his entire political career. Here's what she said on our show last night. Take a look. Did you ever get a call from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Alejandro Mayorkas or your Senator Van Hollen, who made a big deal about he's going to go to El Salvador and bring home this one illegal from El Salvador who Democrats are saying had no business being sent back to his home country? Did they ever call you? And what are your thoughts on your senator going to bat for this illegal? But did he ever say anything to you and your family about your loss? To ever call you, ever take the time to be with you?
No, actually, I'm very angry. I'm actually outraged, but I'm too sad at the moment to show anger at the same time. He did not call our family. He did not give condolences. There was no action on the Democratic Party in any way, from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, anyone here in Maryland, none of the senators did anything to help search for the murderer of my daughter.
Now, in case the senator did miss our show, only hours ago, Patty Morin had this to say at the White House briefing with Caroline Leavitt, and Caroline will also join us later in the show. Take a look.
Why are we not protecting the American citizens? It's just common sense. Why are we not protecting our children? And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this.
I've said it before. I will say it again. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Mayorkas, and everybody that stood by silently and didn't lift a finger to secure our border, as far as I'm concerned, they all have blood on their hands. And by the way, they did not have the courage to even call these families, Lake and Riley's family. They didn't have the courage to call Jocelyn Ungary's family or, in this case, Rachel Morin's mother. Why not? And why didn't they speak out about Biden's open borders? Why didn't they seem to have even the slightest interest in honoring Rachel Morin or any of the other victims of illegal immigration? Senator Van Hollen needs to sit down or shut up, or maybe he could just stay in El Salvador. To be honest, Van Hollen should be thanking President Trump for doing something he himself never had the courage to do, protecting the people, the moms and dads, the sons and daughters of children in Maryland, and deporting illegal immigrants who never should be in our country at all. If they want to come in our country, come in legally.
All right. There we go. All right. Tom Homan had an interview with CNN. Let's check it out.
Source tonight has spent decades working on immigration enforcement, serving as a top ICE official under President Obama, and now serving as President Trump's border czar. Tom Homan, welcome back to the show. It's great to have you. We heard from President Trump today, essentially telling reporters, talk to the lawyers when he was asked about Judge Boasberg's ruling that probable cause exists to hold officials in criminal contempt, potentially for violating his orders. Do you think that any of your colleagues have violated orders here?
No, I don't. I think we follow the judge's order. I think we'll let that litigate in court. No, DOJ is fighting that in court, but I don't think we did anything wrong.
And so you're not worried about any of the conversations when it came to Judge Boasberg saying turn the deportation flights around, and yet they continued to make their way to El Salvador?
Well, I think the information shows those planes were already in the area in international water, as far as I know. So I don't think we did anything wrong. According to his written order, I think we did everything by the numbers.
And Siri, you're not ultimately worried here that anyone will be held in contempt or anything like that as they continue this fact-finding investigation overall on this effort?
No, I'm not concerned about it. I mean, fact find all they want. I think the evidence is clear. I think DOJ's made a strong case, and we'll let it play out in court. I mean, as I sit here today talking to you, I don't think anybody in the administration did anything wrong. I don't think we actually violated a court order.
So we have two judges here. That's Judge Boasberg's ruling that we found yesterday that the president was asked about. The other judge here, the federal judge in Maryland, Judge Zinnes, has been criticizing the government this week for what she says is doing, quote, nothing to return Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the United States. Are you personally aware of any steps that have been taken to facilitate his return to the United States?
Look, I think he's a citizen of El Salvador. He's in El Salvador. He's home. He's an illegal alien with a final order of removal. He's a MS-13 member, which is now classified as a terrorist. So we removed an illegal alien, MS-13 member, who has a final order of removal issued by an immigration judge to his homeland.
So should I read that as to say nothing has been done to bring him back to the United States? That's what it sounds like.
I can't speak to everybody in the administration. I can just tell you what my stance is. And I think we did the right thing. I think he's where he should be.
He just said...
And the order of withholding that everybody keeps talking about, order of withholding is you set aside because he's a designated terrorist, which order of withholding is meaningless, I believe, according to the attorneys. And look, even if he came back, people think he's going to be released and go back to... No, he's going to be detained. And he's going to be removed as per the order of removal, either to El Salvador or another country. So this person has an order of removal. He's seen two different immigration judges, and he's been ordered deported. And that's exactly what happened.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that withholding removal order essentially said the one place he can't go is El Salvador, where he's from. He claimed that he was concerned he could be persecuted if he was returned. Why not simply have him return to the U.S., detain him, and then deport him to a third country? Wouldn't that be in accordance with the law?
I think we're in accordance with the law. I mean, I'm not an attorney. I'm not DOJ fighting this case, but my opinion, in the years I spent doing this job, he is now designated a terrorist. The withholding orders is set aside. And we got to remember, the withholding order was issued years ago. Things have changed. El Salvador is one of the safest countries in the region because of the steps President Bukele take. You know, the gangs are no longer operating on the streets of Venezuela, in El Salvador. That's why he built that prison. So I don't think the gang danger that they once thought was there is even there anymore. So the situation has changed. It's much like temporary protected status, the TPS. That's only temporary. When the conditions in the country have changed, TPS can be ended and they can be removed to the country.
But why not make that argument in court? If you think that you can make the argument that he is fine to go back to El Salvador, why not just make that argument and try to terminate that order that said that the one place he couldn't go to was the one place that he was sent to?
Look, again, I'm not litigating this case to the DOJ. I think DOJ's continue to litigate the case, but I think we're in a good stance. I think we're in a good place. Again, I'm not an attorney. I can just speak to my experience as a guy who enforces immigration law, but I think that DOJ has a strong case, and I think we're standing by what we did was the correct thing to do.
Has the Attorney General Pam Bondi, to your knowledge, attempted to revise that withholding removal order?
I have not spoken to Pam Bondi about this.
You mentioned the Justice Department. One thing that has been on my mind as we've been covering this is President Trump was in office in 2019 when an immigration judge granted this withholding removal status to Abrego Garcia. It was the Trump Justice Department then that decided not to appeal it or fight it. Do you believe that they should have here?
Well, the conditions of the country are different now than they were back then. Maybe the condition of the country is one that the withholding made sense. I mean, I wasn't familiar with the case back in the first administration, but a lot of things could have changed since then. The condition of the country could change. The ruling could change. The facts of the case could change. I'm not familiar on the investigation, the removal from back in the Trump 45, but I'm sure DOJ is well aware of it, and they're litigating it as they seem appropriate.
But are they litigating it? Because what we heard from the Attorney General essentially the other day was that it's out of their hands to have him return to the United States, that it's up to the president of El Salvador.
Well, that's a question for Pam Bondi. The DOJ has their mission. I have my mission. That's a question for her.
But you are someone who's worked in immigration for decades, and you have a view here that you believe that this was the right move ultimately to have him sent here. But wouldn't the proper stance here essentially be to contest this in court, to try to terminate that order and then have him sent, and then you wouldn't be in the middle of this massive legal fight that is playing out over where the administration's right is here and whether or not they violated a court order?
I don't think they violated court order. I think we did the right thing, and I think it's been litigated by DOJ, and I'll let them fight that out in court or not fight out in court. But I think we did the right thing. As far as what we should do next in judicial process or litigation, I'll leave it up to DOJ. That's their job.
But of course, you are someone who is at the center of the immigration fight and deporting people who are here illegally. This one individual.
How is that the center of immigration fight and all these? It's just, Caitlin, no one asks these questions about the proper vetting of the millions of people the Biden administration pushed across the border, at least in this country illegally. No one's concerned about the vetting then. All of a sudden now everybody wants to be concerned about the vetting of people that even be deported. I mean, it seems like a one-side show, but I stand by the fact that I think things were done right with this case. He's an MS-13 gang member. He has a final order of removal. He is a designated terrorist, and he's back in El Salvador, his homeland. And anything beyond that, we'll let the courts settle on it.
You say everything was done right here. And I heard Stephen Miller in the Oval Office on Monday also arguing that he was lawfully deported. But this administration has admitted in court that he was mistakenly deported, that he should not have been deported.
Look, they say there's administrative error, but if you look at the case, if I look at the case as a non-attorney, just an enforcement officer, I think things were done right. Again, they're talking about, well, it might have been a paper error about the withholding, but if we look at the case and he's designated terrorist, I think that withholding has been set aside. That is my opinion. But again, we'll let DOJ fight it out.
Well, I mean, the Solicitor General it was the third in the chain of command at the DOJ, has said that this was an error.
Then I'll let them deal with it. I'm giving you my opinion. I said I'm not going to get in the middle of what DOJ is arguing in court. I'm telling you from my stance, what we've done, I believe is correct, and that's why DOJ is standing by the fact that what we did was right.
You know, I've seen some people look at this and say they're worried that the stance of this administration when it comes to this is that if someone is deported by accident, that they have no responsibility for them once they are in the custody of a foreign government. What would you say to that?
Well, they're in the custody of El Salvador. He's an El Salvadoran national. He was born in El Salvador. El Salvador has him in custody, and El Salvador decide what happened to him. I mean, again, the El Salvadoran president made it clear he's not going to release him. So again, I'm going to go back. The DOJ, they can fight this out in the courts. As I'm not a part of that. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. So we'll let the courts, decide what the next steps will be.
Even though it was a U.S. immigration judge who said the one place he can't go is El Salvador. I mean, he could have been deported literally anywhere else.
Again, we can keep going back and back, but again, that was years ago. Country conditions were different. That gang no longer exists in El Salvador. He had been designated a terrorist since that time. 2 different federal judges said he's an MS-13 member. A police department said he's an MS-13 member. ICE data shows he's an MS-13 member. El Salvador says he's an MS-13 member. As you know, MS-13 has been designated terrorist. The case says the facts of the case have changed since that first decision. So again, I'll leave it up to the DOJ to argue that case in court, but that is where I stand, and that's my belief.
Yeah, it was 6 years ago, of course, when that happened under when Trump was in office, as I noted. In her ruling, the judge here, Judge Zinnes, that I quoted of Maryland, said, quote, no evidence before the court connects Abrego Garcia to MS-13 or any other criminal organization. You just argued yourself that you believe there is evidence of that. Why has that not been included in this? Why has the administration not made that argument, not just publicly on television, but in court?
Well, there is evidence. Like 2 different federal judges said he was MS-13 member, immigration court. That's a part of the file. The file's there. And I think yesterday the administration did release police reports on the subject being an MS-13 member and being involved with MS-13 activities, and even had rank within MS-13. I think some of those.
The fact that Tom Homan, President Pam Bundy, and all of these people are actually coming out and saying that, you know what? This guy's an MS-13. He entered into the country illegally. The fact that they have to go back and forth, it's just out of this world, yo.
Of El Salvador also tweeted this that I find fascinating. He says, Abrego Garcia miraculously risen from the death camps and torture, now sipping margaritas with Senator Van Hollen in a tropical paradise of El Salvador. I mean,
that was the first thing I noticed. I was like, are they at a continental breakfast? Like, what is happening? I'm not even trying to be funny. I know. The very first thing I noticed was like, that was not what I expected.
But let's be real about what's happening here. I mean, this is propaganda, because the other propaganda of the whole situation is that this is a hellhole. They were literally telling us the other day that it was a hellhole. You know who called it a gulag? The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. So, I don't know. Whose word do you take?
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Somebody just said the double tap. Okay. Tap 4 likes do not work. All right, here we go. Okay. This is my phone. Most of you are watching from your mobile device, your phone. So all you have to do to give this video a like is, oh wait, wait. Easy. You see that? Twice. All right, just twice. 1, 2. You see that? Thumbs up sign. Damn. You saw it, right? Double tap. Let's keep going.
I see these pictures tonight and I think, boy, the party of women is really covering itself in glory tonight. I mean, I don't understand why the American left falls in love with the worst people. You've got a gang-banging, human trafficking, wife-beating illegal alien, and a United States senator in a ludicrous display of energy is in El Salvador having Mai Tais and Yahtzee. I do not get it. I do not understand why the left takes on the heroes.
The part of this,
I don't get it.
I think look,
I'm not allegedly in there somewhere. Because I'm just wondering.
He is a Democrat United States senator.
I don't think this is an issue of we know everything we need to know about this individual, right? But I do think that the idea that the administration continues to call him a terrorist and a gangbanger, knowing full well that those things are very much in dispute, is part of the story. And separately from that, as we just were talking about, the circuit court judge says it doesn't matter. He was sent to another country to be put in a prison that, let me just play.
Oh, so Mr. Busky said, Mr. Busky said, all you have to do is click this 3 dot here. And that is the like button right there. Like, yeah. Or double tap your screen, ladies and gentlemen.
Play for you because I think it's a good encapsulation of what this prison is. This is what Ezra Klein said. You can see the pictures there, but let me just play what Ezra Klein has said about why this prison and sending people there is so significant for democracy and the rule of law.
So the emergency is here. The crisis is now. Maybe not to you, not yet, but to others, to real people whose names we know, whose stories we know. The President of the United States is disappearing people to an...
Disappearing people. Oh, yeah.
Justice Minister is in a coffin.
The El Salvadorans said that the only way out of this prison is in a coffin. I mean, when you do that, you should know pretty surely that the person you're sending there deserves to be imprisoned for life until death. I don't know.
Half of the people that they've sent there have no arrest record. So to be comfortable with the fact that those people, that is potentially the rest of their lives, you can't be cool with that. Like, that's not how you're supposed to adjudicate punishment in this country. If he is all of the things that you say he is, then let it all play out properly in the American court system. And then if you want to send them there. But I think half of the people that they're deporting, you're better off literally putting them on a raft and pushing them out into the ocean than sending them to that place.
And I didn't realize the law was only for perfect people. I didn't realize that's how we did things here. I'm not talking about people who commit actual crimes that we can prove, but if we're always putting this up against some purity test to say that, like, hey, because we think you might have done this, and again, I realize you're levying serious charges, but like the law is not supposed to be about a purity test. It's supposed to be about what can you actually prove that someone has done.
I actually am not even all that worried about all the things that we have found out in the wake of the investigations into this guy. What I am worried about is that, and I'm going to grant you.
The fact is, I'm going to say mine before he says his. The fact that you guys are making this the headline news is just out of this world. You have homeless veterans. You got homeless veterans. They don't even know what they're going to eat for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner. And you're talking about these are Americans, yo. These are Americans. And this is something that I've learned in the United States. When I tell people and I say the United States is the greatest country in the world, I see people who they were born in the United States. They're telling me, man, bro, you haven't traveled, bro. I just told you that your birthplace is the greatest place in the world. And you here telling me I haven't checked other places? This is what is going on with America. Americans are now caring, well, liberals are now caring for outsiders more than insiders. They're going to go to the end of the world to save an outsider, but then save the people inside.
He has a withholding order, and he should not have gone to El Salvador.
And they admitted it was a mistake.
But even if you grant that, he has an adjudicated deportation order, and you have Democrat public officials falling all over themselves trying to get him back here without thinking through the next step, which is he's literally going to be deported somewhere else.
But not to a
But my
prison.
suspicion is when they bring him back, they're going to try to keep him here. That's the next part of the game.
We have degrees of things, right? There's a different punishment for a speeding ticket versus a different punishment for something else. So you're saying that what he has done, which is, okay.
Come to the country illegally.
Okay, so he deserves to be in an El Salvadorian prison.
He deserves to be deported.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
No one is debating
To a
that.
prison?
Radical
agreement. Radical agreement, Scott Jennings.
Whoever says it's because you haven't traveled, bro, it's because, man, America ain't the best country. I'm blocking you. Okay? Yeah. Fucking bunch of shit.
I totally disagree with the characterization of it. I think Trump supporters and the people who put him in office would say that he's not turning the government into a weapon. He's turning it into a shield. He's shielding the American people from illegal immigration. He's shielding the American people from having their tax dollars used for ridiculous purposes. All of these things that you mentioned, you may call them weaponization, but a lot of people would say we need a shield against a lot of these bad actors and bad institutions.
You didn't address any of the things that I...
You can say Genesis, whatever. You can say whatever you want to say about me. But if you say the United States is not the greatest country, or if you say, well, man, the United States ain't all that, you getting blocked. You can say whatever you want to say about me. Okay, whatever you say about me, man, I'm a big boy. I'll take it. But if you come in here talking about the United States ain't all that, you going back to your mom's basement.
It actually did bring up. I mean, he's saying to American universities, you need to admit a certain number
I'll
of
address it.
conservatives. I'll
address the universities.
Or you'll lose your tax-exempt status. He is saying that he signed an executive order in the White House saying, investigate 2 individuals who told the truth about the last election and criticized me publicly. That is weaponization.
Regarding the universities, first of all, he's creating, I think, a shield for the Jewish students on campus who have been the victim of horrible anti-Semitism. And he's saying to these universities, you cannot simply screen out all viewpoints that don't adhere to your anti-Western civilization
Absolutely
worldview.
no one is doing that.
Absolutely they
no
are.
One is, no, they're not.
You and I have both been on college campuses recently.
What evidence do you have that they're
I've been on a college campus recently, and I can certainly use my eyes and ears. These are hotbeds of anti-American and anti-Western civilization activity, and everybody knows
Based off
it.
what?
And there's no dissent on these campuses.
Oh, so wait, now
afraid.
MAGA wants DEI.
Everyone's afraid.
Now they want to be included. Like, now they want affirmative action for them. Like, that's cool
so
now.
you admit that you want universities to exclude everyone but the radical
because
left.
there's no proof that they're actually being excluded. Because if that, no, there isn't.
96% of contributions from Harvard faculty went to Democrats. What else you got?
Okay, so you're talking about contribution. I'm talking about
about what people's political
on
viewpoints
campus,
are.
Who is teaching people? So if they were
Yes,
such
I know.
a weapon,
I used to teach there. Believe me.
Okay, so clearly you used to teach there, right?
Yeah, I was treated like an exotic zoo animal. Trust me.
Oh, I'm sure.
The faculty is not conservative. Believe me.
Oh, okay. So at Harvard, I just imagine all of these conservative politicians that go there. They go there because they don't feel welcome. They just go there to go there.
If you're trying to come on here tonight and argue that Harvard is a hotbed of conservatism,
I'm not.
Lord
I'm
have
just
mercy.
saying that they're not. So are we going to do the same thing at Baylor? Are we going to do the same thing at Liberty? Are we going to invite more liberal thought to those universities?
I think if public universities or any university taking public funds is violating the civil rights of Jewish students or actively screening out conservatives and conservative viewpoints, we need to have a conversation.
Or what about discriminating against people of color? Can we keep the, because I agree. I agree that
I feel like that is the only point this lady usually has. People of color. Before she says anything, people of color. I get
Jewish students should be safe. I agree with that. I think that I become a better debater and a smarter person when I actually get to have discourse with people like you that I don't mostly agree with on the political views. But I also get a seat at the table, and I don't get to be discriminated against, and black people and brown people and queer people also don't. So if we're going to protect one class, can we agree to protect all classes?
What university is doing that? I agree, but what university is doing that?
I just want to know what
class of people right now on American campuses is facing the kind of pushback that Jewish students are anywhere.
We do know since the affirmative action decision that came down about 18 months ago that the number of people of color who have been admitted to institutions have decreased because that's a policy that actually ensures.
Do you include Asian students in that, people of color?
Yeah, their numbers are down too.
Let me just, one of the reasons that I think this has become the topic du jour this week is because I think we've seen a lot of people who are normally pretty level-headed about this stuff raising the alarm. Let me play what Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican, said this week about her fear of what's going on now and of retaliation.
We are all afraid. Okay. Quite a statement. I'm oftentimes very anxious myself about using my voice because retaliation is real, and that's not right.
I don't get this. Like, I just never get this. When this guy was just a normal guy after he did his first term, meaning the 45th Trump, right? He was in Mar-a-Lago living his life, doing his businesses. You guys would not let him be great. You went investigating him. You said he took document from classified portfolio in the government or whatever y'all talk about. You wasted his time in the courtroom while he was campaigning for election to be the next president of the United States. You wasted his time, money, resources, energy. This guy is 79 years old this year. But now, retaliation is real, people. He's coming after us. You are asking the Punisher to exclude you from punishment. Honey, go watch The Punisher, yo. You ain't gonna get exempted. You are part of it, okay? You punished this man. You went after him, and now you're saying, I don't want... Just get ready to spend some bread and also your energy, because it takes a lot of energy to go through all of those things Trump actually went through. And he won with everything he had to go through. Oh, is this, is that. This guy actually went to take a mug shot. You know how they must have pressured his entire existence to be able to actually take a mugshot picture. But now they want mercy from the Punisher. I don't know. This is Daredevil time, man.
You know, you kind of have to let it play out because you can hear it in her voice, what she's talking about. Here's Karl Rove as well. He says there's way too much retribution. He's talking about the Trump tenure thus far. Most of the president's revenge attempts will end badly for him. Republicans could rue the day that they set a new justification for retaliation from Democrats.
I look at who Trump has, targeted, right? Who he's taken on in the last 2 months. I see Wall Street. I see Harvard, the most elite institution in America. I see gangbangers. And I see a man who may or may not be part of MS-13, but whose wife has a...
So somebody said they want me to watch some lawyers and some of the court cases that Trump is up against. Trump has been up against lawyers, institutions, even cities for decades. Okay, this man has probably never had a day in about 30 years without a lawsuit. So now that he is the president of the United States, again, he's getting more lawsuits. In his first term, during his first term, he got 2 impeachment. So all of the unpacking of these court cases that you're talking about that is up against Trump, these are not new stuff. They've been up against Trump for years before he became the president. Now he is the president of the United States. They're still up against him. So all of that don't count, bro. You got cases against him. So what?
Accused him multiple times of beating her up, including while she was holding her child. And I see those people as the enemies of Trump that he has successfully attacked. We just had the Passover Seder, and there's a song in Passover called Dayenu, which means it would have been enough. And that's kind of how I feel about this list. Like, it would have been enough if Trump had only taken on Wall Street. It would have been enough if he had only taken on the gangbangers. It would have been enough if he had only started reshoring manufacturing. If he had only gotten rid of this guy who beat his wife up, which by the way is a deportable offense. And yet he's done all of these things. And I think most Americans look at that and they say, not that he's weaponizing things, but that he is fighting our fights for us. CNN this morning had a poll. 56% of Americans want every single illegal alien deported. 11 million illegal aliens deported, 56%. It's up from 38% in 2016. Trump is winning this, and he's winning it because people feel like he is fighting for them. The real emergency is that the American people are getting what they want.
I think you're making an interesting point that if Trump had focused on just those things, maybe everybody would have said it was enough. But actually, he's doing a lot of other things too.
You think the American people care about Harvard? Like
Yes.
they care.
Oh, yes.
Actually, they do.
They
Why?
hate Harvard.
Yeah, they hate it because they hate. It's funny because
Harvard has a
they admire
$60
wealth at the
billion
same time they hate it.
Harvard
That's
has
what's
a
hilarious about that.
$60 billion
But is this-
endowment,
but
and
this is
they're
not
about
threatening
to kill animals because we won't give them $2 billion.
But this is not about Harvard.
It really is.
Obviously. It's not about
nothing to do
Harvard.
with Harvard.
It's
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
like,
I'm just saying. Like the idea. I think the big picture here, and I think this is why there's so much alarm among some of these people that I just mentioned, is that it's not just about this one institution. It's using the one institution as a vehicle to attack the idea of higher education that is not beholden to political interests.
And it's also
That's,
about
I
the
think, what
National
concern
African American
is.
Museum. It's about so many other things. It's like it's never enough for them. It's like it can't just stop with, okay, I want to do this one thing. It's always a test case. It's always a how far can I get? Because if I can get far enough, then I know I can come after HBCUs.
Stop talking about slavery.
Exactly.
And paint over the Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. They know it's always another line to go. So it's like,
But
yeah.
each thing we bring up, you guys keep saying it's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about
Because
that.
they're all test cases to do something
I mean,
else worse.
These folks, yo, we can never make this up. Okay, so we did see this right here, Marco Rubio, but I actually want to see the old thing.
A major new threat from U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who says that if there are no signs of progress, the U.S. might abandon efforts to find an end to Russia's war on Ukraine. Russia, along with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, met with both Ukrainian and European officials on Thursday. But now he says the U.S. might just move on. Let's get right to CNN's Nick Robertson for the very latest on this. What exactly is the secretary saying, Nick?
Yeah, he's saying that there's a degree of frustration coming from the White House that President Trump has put 87 days into this already. He said everyone recognizes.
Oh man, I'm so proud of Trump. This man is dealing with Ukraine and Russia. He's dealing with China and the rest of the world when it comes to trade deals. He's trying to get more hostages out. He's trying to make sure Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. It's securing the border, bringing down inflation, asking the Fed chair to bring down interest rate. Excuse me, to bring down interest rate. All of this, that's like minus every executive orders he's done. All of this is done in 100 days. He's working so fast, he's so effective that the only thing you could do as a liberal media is to hate on Trump. The only thing you can do is to say, well, he said he was going to do this on day one. He didn't do it. He's never abandoned anything he said. He didn't abandon it. He's still working on it. The war, Russia, Ukraine, y'all talking about, well, he said day one. He's still working on it. And these are Ukrainians and Russians, okay? Not Americans. Keep that in mind. These are Russians and Ukrainian. Yet, an American leader is saying, stop killing yourselves. He's not even Russian. He's not even Ukrainian. He's like, so now that Marco Rubio is saying, you know what? Maybe we should just keep it pushing. Of course, because American lives need help as well. Of course, Russia and Ukraine, we got to end the war. All of these things going on around the world, the United States. Matter of fact, the world needs the United States because the United States, like I said, is the largest whale in the ocean. So everybody comes back to ask for stuff. Everybody is pulling the United States in every direction, trying to make a deal, trying to get something out of the United States, some people trying to screw the United States. But the commander-in-chief is here who actually puts his people first. He's not going to win every time. That's just the facts. Nobody wins every day, every time, everywhere, anytime. No. You win some, you lose some. So in this 4 years, is he going to lose some? Absolutely. And is he going to do a lot of winning as well? Yes. I personally can take some failures as long as we are getting some wins too. Feel me? So if he makes mistakes, I get it. As long as he's correcting them and is moving. Like he's moving. He is moving. You can tell you have a president who actually thinks about the people. He's moving every day. He's talking about kids, talking about no man in women's sport. He's talking about the border. He's talking about eggs prices. This man is coming on TV every day like a grocery store attendant talking about eggs prices. Like, that's what a leader does. He's not ashamed to talk about the smallest issues. He's not ashamed to talk about the biggest issues. He talks about everything. So this is why I admire Trump. I don't care what nobody say, man.
That you can't make a deal in the space of 12 hours. I think it's worth mentioning that President Trump had originally said it could be done in double that, 24 hours. But he's talking about a level of frustration. He did say, and these are the first details we really had from the Secretary of State following those meetings yesterday, that the input that came from the Germans, the French and the British around the table there was useful and constructive. But he lays out a scenario whereby he wants answers and the US wants to move along if they don't get the right answers about the possibility of peace. This is how he framed it.
The president has spent 87 days at the highest level of his government repeatedly taking efforts to bring this war to an end. We are now reaching a point where we need to decide and determine whether this is even possible or not, which is why we're engaging both sides. We need to figure out here now within a matter of days whether this is doable in the short term, because if it's not, then I think we're just going to move on from our perspective.
So this here what he laid out at those meetings, it appears, a broad framework is how he described it, as how the United States sees the possibility for ceasefire talks going forward. Ukraine, of course, already signing up to unconditional ceasefire. Putin and Russia prevaricating, raising different points. It's not clear here whether Rubio is referring that the right answers need to come from the Europeans, the Ukrainians, or the Russians, or everyone. But there is an anticipation that there will be a meeting early next week, potentially here in London.
Yeah, look, as you point out, there is a history of Trump and Marco Rubio being tough.
Shout out to Jason. It says, did you guys see what's going on in New Jersey with the drones? That was last year. That was last year, bro. That was last year. We had drones everywhere in New Jersey, New York. And remember when the senator was saying it was from a mother ship from Iran at it said it was at the, can't remember what he said. I think he said it was by the Eastern Water, the United States, and the mothership is deploying drones from Iran or something like that. It was something crazy, he said. So that is like an old issue. The drones issue, yeah, that's an old issue.
On Ukraine, less than tough on Russia. Is there a sense on who he's trying to nudge along here, especially because the Ukrainians just basically announced the framework for a mineral deal with the United States?
Look, I think you have to read this as the pressures on the Ukrainians. We know from President Trump yesterday he is still dissatisfied and not happy with President Zelensky. Marco Rubio this morning spoke about the Ukrainian delegation needing to go back and speak to President Zelensky. President Zelensky last night again appeared to reiterate what he said before about Steve Witkoff and Witkoff's meetings with Putin, that Witkoff is buying the Russian narrative here, and that potentially the illusion from what we heard from what President Zelensky said last night about this broad framework could include details about concessions on land. And Zelensky has said that the unconditional ceasefire they signed up to does not have any specificity on that area at all, and that's not specificity that they're willing to get into. They've got red lines on it. So it perhaps appears here as if the Ukrainians are being pushed in order to get to the next stage, as President Trump wants, to say that they're going to be willing to give up territory, and that's been a red line so far.
Yeah, Ukraine under the gun, literally and figuratively here. Nick Robertson, thank you for your reporting on this.
When Donald Trump was on the campaign trail, he frequently made this particular promise.
That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president.
Well, Inauguration Day has, of course, come and gone. Now, 3 months later, it seems like the Trump administration might be the one on the verge of giving up.
It's called being optimistic, okay? When you're optimistic, you know what you're capable of. And in your heart, that is your goal. That's your heart desire. That's what he always wanted to do. He wanted to end the war. But if both countries do not want to end the war, what is Trump going to do? Say, what? You must end the war? He's saying you must end the war, but Ukrainians are, well, no, Ukrainian. Zelensky is doing what he does. And of course, Putin is doing what he does as well. So Trump has to focus on America. Of course, if he figures out a way to get it done, he should get it done. Okay? But his number one priority are American people. That's the number one thing. The American people is the commander-in-chief's number one priority. If you are the president, your number one priority is the people. Your people. Not every people. Your people. Okay? So, Ukrainians, Russians, we sympathize with them, but Americans need help too. So, yeah.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking to reporters just hours ago.
We need to figure out here now within a matter of days whether this is doable in the short term, because if it's not, then I think we're just going to move on.
These comments come one day after Rubio and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff met with European and Ukrainian allies, and they presented a peace plan that received a, quote, encouraging reception. Group chat is back. We're going to do a little international now. And there are some who benefits from a delay, because some people would say Russia is going to say, sure.
Shout out to Mike. Shout out to Mike. Mike says, Dems use us Hispanics, but do nothing to help us and want someone who is illegal and part of cartel back here. The tides is turning. Shout out to Mike. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Mike. And shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to C. Shelley. Shout out to Mr. Booski. Shout out to everybody. God bless you guys for tuning in. Everybody's waking up, yo. Hispanics are waking up. African Americans are waking up. Hell. Puerto Ricans are waking up. Everybody's waking up, yo. Everybody's now coming alive and realizing that, you know what? Maybe these people are just using us or have been using us. Like, the Dems had a chokehold on the African American vote that Joe Biden went on national radio, the Breakfast Club with, what's his name? Chamillionaire, the God. And Joe Biden said, if you do not vote for me, you're not black. That's how tight the chokehold the Dems have had on the African American vote. But now, just like Mike said, the tides are turning. It is turning real fast. So, gone are the days where you say, well, you vote for me because you look like this. Nah, it's about what can you actually do? What do you want to do? And are you going to get it done? Because now we know what real action looks like. We know what effective actions look like.
Out of patience, great for us. Tiffany?
Yeah, I mean, well, let's back up a little bit and say the only reason that we are in this position to begin with is, you know, you look back at the failed departure out of Afghanistan that emboldened the evils of this world, emboldened Putin to even take on Ukraine. So Trump is now in a position where he's cleaning up the mess from the previous administration. You know, President Biden drug his feet on getting weapons and just drug this out to the point where it is now. So President Trump is obviously the master negotiator. He's working also on making sure that this deal works for the American people, whether we can mine rare minerals.
Patience, dragging something out versus not dragging something out. You think that there is a limit to patience?
No, I think President Trump will get the deal done. I think they're working day and night. This is the first 100 days of his presidency. He's been working fast and furious, and he has made it very
not in
clear.
The next, we just want to kind of address Rubio. It sounds like they're saying, look, short term, maybe not.
I just think back to that really chaotic Oval Office meeting between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump, and the message that was being sent there was that we are running out of patience here. I hear that echoed in Marco Rubio's statement. They came a long way to get to the point where they are this close to a deal.
Came a long way very quickly, we should say.
Very quickly. Yeah. I was shocked. So I think now what you're seeing is the same type of tactic moving forward, which is you need to move fast, Ukraine, or else we're going to lose patience. This is just sort of the deal-making process that you're seeing with the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Quickly, though, the one thing that's interesting to me, Rubio being the person coming out with this message. Do you remember him during that meeting, Audie?
Yeah.
He was sitting there slumped, not saying a word.
Was.
Now he's the spokesperson. How the cards have turned over.
Because he was, when he was a senator, one of the people who was advocating for pushing back against Russia. And from what I recall, the invasion of Ukraine is blaming on Russia, regardless of what you think about whether or not the United States helped as much as it could or couldn't. This is a war that was started by Russia and their invasion of Ukraine. Yeah. But the pressure right now that the Trump administration is putting on is on the Ukrainians, right, to settle this. Really, at the end of the day, Russia could just stop.
It's
that
interesting
would be easy.
For the point you made about Rubio, because for a time I thought if Witkoff isn't there, is there really a deal? Like, I wasn't totally sure what Rubio is doing, or if he was on the things they didn't have time to be focused on.
Yep.
Is that a bad, I've heard that perception.
Remember that tension between Rubio and Musk, right? I think that Rubio wants to step into this role and make sure that he has power. This is one of the most important international diplomacy things that we're dealing with right now as a country. Of course, he wants to be the spokesperson, the person who's managing it, because in the past, I think he was taking too much of a back seat and he didn't like feeling disempowered.
There are still Republicans who are concerned about how the Trump administration is treating Ukraine. And there are still Republicans who are concerned about Ukraine itself. It's an intra-party conversation about the nature of the U.S. role in the world. So what happens now? Do they get to speak up, or do you think they've pretty much been shunted?
Who, Ukraine?
No, the Republicans who are pro-Ukraine.
No, I don't think so. I think everyone's voice is open at the table. But look, we have to get to a deal. And I think what we're seeing is a little bit of a pressure campaign to get this deal done. Zelensky did not have a good showing when he came to the White House at all. And, you know, he was talking to the American people who've given that country millions and millions and millions of dollars. So
exactly. That man right there, for people who voted for Trump, I'm not talking about liberals now, because liberals think Trump is at fault. Here, in your country, another leader comes into your Oval Office, and some Americans are still saying that Trump was at fault. I don't give a rat ass who was at fault. You are in my house. If my family is at fault, as long as you're in my house, honey, look, you're going to have to go. You're going to have to go. I could scold my family when you're gone, but not when you're in my home. Not when you're in my home. If you're in my home and something happens, I'm definitely going to support my family members. I ain't about to be supporting you. It's just wild how Americans would not, well, liberals would not support their own president. They will support Zelensky first before they support Trump. It's just crazy.
No, I think Trump's laser focused on getting a deal done that works for the American people.
What are you going to be watching for, Nayara, in the next couple of days? If we're running out of time, what are we looking for?
Yeah, the truth is, I'm not sure what the running out of time is based on. Is it just based on whether or not Trump has the attention span for this? Because this is a war that Ukraine is fighting for their livelihoods and for their land. And there's been zero pressure on Russia to do anything or pull back or make any concessions. It seems to be that Ukraine is being blamed for being the victim.
Somebody just said, women don't participate or something like that. I was about to say, well, the Prime Minister of Italy is a woman and she was in the White House, so I guess you might want to chill with that. Oh, here we go.
I wanted Trump. You wanted Trump? Yep. There was no way in hell I wanted her out there. But now I don't know. What would have been better? What were you expecting?
Man, please.
I was expecting the lower cost of a lot of just your everyday living things and hoping that he would make things better for everybody in America, because that's what we need. Groceries are already.
Be patient. I get it. Be patient. He was inaugurated in January. This is April. What do you expect? Jesus? His name is Trump. His name is not Jesus, okay? Jesus can feed 5,000 people with a loaf of bread and fish. Not Trump. You have to give him some time. He's only been there for 100 days. Like, I guess Trump is so... His brand, his demeanor, and what it stands for is so legit that people expect so much from Trump. You know the saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. I think that's what people expect from Trump. They feel like he should have already got this done. He's that. People see him like, if anybody could get this done, it should be Trump. So now they're saying, well, why haven't you gotten it done yet? That's how much people think highly of Trump. They think he could get this done in 100 days. Come on, y'all. His name is Trump. His name is not Jesus, okay?
Outrageous. And then we put the tariffs on across the seas or whatever, like China, all that. It just makes everything more expensive for everybody.
Jamie Basinger is the only person we met in eastern South Dakota who openly questioned her own political views. Most people we talked to said it was risky to talk about politics here, even as the effects of Trump's tariffs loomed over the agricultural economy in an area that voted for him by about 70%. Generally, opinions were divided between trust Trump's plan and how can you still like this guy.
Wait, so Becky, let me ask one thing. Are you in a politically mixed marriage?
Yeah, did you see the Joe Biden sign? Would you like to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah.
Becky Hofer was not afraid to talk. She's a Democrat, and her husband is a conservative non-voter. She's a freight broker. Basically, if a company needs to ship bricks, she'll find you a flatbed truck. If you need to ship meat, she'll get you a refrigerated truck.
Ooh, you need the truck tomorrow? Can you guys, fork a pallet jack into the back of the trailer for him to pallet jack him to the front?
This gives her a window into real-time shifts in the economy.
Everybody's nervous. People are making different decisions for different reasons, but some of it's hesitation, some of it's actual price changes. Everybody just wants some stability right now.
And those shifts can be complex. She says China's retaliatory tariffs on American pork and beef could lead to higher prices on fruit.
Right now it's produce season in California. We need to get out to California. What goes out to California? Meat. We haul pork. We haul beef. Where does it go? It goes to Asia. If it doesn't go, the price of produce is going to go up even that much more because they're going to have to pay more for the trucks.
As we've talked about, you're in a really conservative area, very pro-Trump area. Do you feel frustrated in trying to talk to your neighbors about what's going on?
What? Everything the liberals talk about is, how do you feel? Tell us how you feel. Do you feel frustrated? Man, look. Everything they talk about, feelings and feelings and feelings. How do you feel? Do you talk? Like, your feelings pays your bills. I've always said this multiple times. No matter how you feel, your bills comes, okay? So, F your feelings, okay? F your feelings. And get the job done. Talking about, how do you feel?
Yeah, it's the biggest thing that frustrates me is that I just feel like nobody cares right now until it affects them. And I don't understand how they don't see that. They're not dumb. These people aren't dumb. And they're not unkind people. And selfish people. And thoughtless people, so I don't understand why they're okay with it.
Hofer introduced us to her neighbor Rod Olerud, who is feeding cattle and who, for now, is okay with it.
I just think we need to let the president do what he's doing, and we need to just see what's going to happen here and give him a little latitude so that, if it doesn't work, then we're going to have to try something different.
Okay. So you're willing to let the president try some stuff to see?
Yes, to see if this works. Let's give the president a chance, and we'll just have to go from there. Looks like a little boy.
Tommy Baruth thinks we already give it a chance. He's a retired soybean farmer who saw what happened in 2018 when Trump put tariffs on China.
The export market just went right down the tube because these countries could buy them from other places cheaper. Brazil and other countries were the ones that benefited from that.
I read that it stayed that way, that now China buys a lot more from Brazil.
Exactly. And a lot of times those markets don't come back.
Doug Bjerke runs a lawn mowing business. He says Trump's plan will work out in the long term, even if some crop prices fall.
Yeah, the price might come down, but when them people start starving, they're going to come back to the table.
You mean in the other countries?
Yeah, we're a gracious nation feeding the world, and we shouldn't have to without getting something for it.
Rick Ekman says in the 3
That is the guy they should have started with.
days after the tariffs, cattle futures dropped below the point of break even for his farm.
Never had him do this before.
Yeah, he really likes you.
No.
Did you vote for Trump?
No. No, I did not.
He looks like a Kamala Harris.
You want me to be truthful? I think to get to where he's at today, he's stepped on people And he's got no morals, I don't think. I don't like the man. I don't like him.
Why do you think so many of your neighbors do support him?
I don't know. I guess I don't see anything good about him.
Does it affect the way you think about America?
It scares me.
Terry Nebelsick, a lifelong Republican and retired.
That man said he doesn't see anything good in Trump. So it's just crazy. I get it. Sometimes you don't like somebody. But the way he said it is like he's holding him for being from a rich home, basically. Saying, well, you've never really gone through a lot, so yeah, you're spoiled. And to get to where you've gotten to, you've stepped on so many people's toes. That's the person you want in front because they know everybody.
School superintendent was very careful in how he talked about the political climate. He's concerned that Trump's push to dissolve the Department of Education will cut public school funds for needy kids, potentially at a time of economic turmoil.
If poverty is happening to adults, children are hurting. And where adults sometimes just have to work through it and make sure there's food on the table. During that time, we have children and adolescents who are forming who they're going to be. And I do think that the public school is a collecting point for people to be able to reach those kids and make sure that they're fed and have medical attention and have their basic needs met.
Again and again, our conversations in this Midwestern nice town came back to character and values.
When Sheila and I raised our children, we taught them to be honest, not try to cheat anybody, to respect. Trump doesn't do any of those things.
Do you find a lot of farmers around here agree with you, or are they fans of Trump?
This is a very Republican state. I think it's too soon for them to say they're wrong.
Ellie, I love the conversations that you are able to bring to us and bring to light. Given everything that we just saw, do the Trump supporters that you spoke to, do they regret their vote?
I get that question so much, particularly from people in bluer states, and again they say no.
Right.
They really put a lot of faith in him. One man described him as courageous, and they said people have told me they're willing to take a serious financial hit to their own personal finances in order to let him do his thing, because they really have faith in him, that he's the only one willing to do what needs to be done.
To turn it around. I think that's fascinating that they are willing to say, I'm willing to take the hit.
Yeah.
Take that pain, but how long? That's that big question now. It's great to see you.
Good to.
Thank you.
So, talking about the tariffs, obviously over the last several weeks, we've seen Donald Trump, the president, losing support among voters writ large over the tariffs. His numbers on the economy are going south. He's hemorrhaging support among independents on the economy. But what about Trump voters? How do they feel about all this? One man can answer that question. He just happens to be the one man standing beside me right now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enten. Let's talk about Trump voters and how they feel. Do they regret their vote?
I mean, this is the big question, right? I hear all these stories, all these articles. All the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2024. What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month. What percentage would change their vote to a different candidate? We're talking just 2%, just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. We're talking overall under 5% might or would have changed their vote, Donald Trump voters back in 2024. And then you ask, okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters, and it turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, if folks got to be able to redo their vote that they had back in 2024, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be. I doubt it would be, or it would still be extremely close. The bottom line is, for all this talk of Trump voters regretting their vote, in the numbers, it really just doesn't show up, John.
So the stickiness with Trump voters and President Trump in this presidency, how does it compare to his first presidency?
Yeah, okay. So, I was interested in sort of a historical analogy here, sort of Does this look similar or different from back in 2017, looking at 2016? Well, in February of 2017, 4% of Trump voters say they'd shift their vote. That's actually slightly more than the 3% this time around. So, you look back, you say, okay, there's these Trump voters who really regret their vote. Historically speaking, they really don't regret their vote. And if anything, the number this time around is actually smaller than it was the first time around. And it's certainly smaller than the number we saw coming out of 2020, of course, after the events of January 6th. So the bottom line is this. If there's some idea out there that Trump voters are going around, man, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump, the numbers say that is a fanciful universe. It really, for the most part, does not exist.
What about the Republican brand in general? Any evidence that people are, leaving that brand faster than they're leaving the Democrats?
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday we spoke about Trump's approval rating, right? But it's very important to note, nothing cannot beat nothing. That is, when you put two folks together or two folks against each other, the results might look different than just looking at one of them. And on this particular measure, which I think is so important, because what we saw in 2024 was Republicans getting a rare lead on party identification. It was a 1-point lead, according to Gallup. Look at where it was in an average of Gallup polls so far this year, plus 2 points for Republicans. If anything, the Republican brand has actually perhaps gotten a smidgen stronger, though these are within the margin of error. Very different from 2017, when Democrats held a 5-point advantage. And I'll finally note, this looks very much like the generic ballot trend, which in 2025 looks an awful bit like November of 2024, when Republicans, of course, won and held the House.
We will see if these trends continue, but they are very interesting at this moment. Harriet, and thank you so much.
Thank you, my friend.
All right. Ooh. What is this? Okay, I heard you. Thank you. All right. We've been streaming for 4 hours. All right, here we go. Someone said due process is one of our constitution, even if non-citizen. Okay, guys. Shout out to C. Shelley. Shout out to Mr. Busky. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And believe in Almighty God. God bless you guys. Thank you to the liberals. Thank you to the Democrats. This is why we do this show, okay? So everybody can have a voice. I only blocked 2 people tonight, okay? And that was because they said, bad things, in my opinion, about the United States. You can say, like I always say, you can say whatever you want to say about me. I'm a big boy. I take it. I'm a big boy. I'm a big boy. Like Elon. I'm a big boy like Elon. Like Elon. I can take it, okay? I can take it. Well, you can't say that about the United States, okay? All right? Please, yo. Please. All right? This it's a beautiful land, yo. Enjoy it. All right? Enjoy the beautiful gift God has given us called America. All right? Thank you. Shout out to the veterans and shout out to everybody in the military. God bless you. Thank you. And I am signing